and welcome to Penguin Live. We're coming live from Las Vegas. This is so exciting. You can see we no longer have the blue wood wall. Look, we got in the velvet wallpaper. Yeah. All right. We're coming to you live from a brothel in Pahrump. Thank you so much for supporting Live Magic. I'm Dan Harlan. I'm your host. I'm not going to take up any of your time introducing this guy because you know why you're here. We are here to see.
Why are you here?
Yeah, why are you here? We all know why. This guy, obviously, he is famous around the world, and he has done that despite his appearance. No, come on, I'm talking about the suit, you know, the recognizable suit and all that kind of, you know. Wow. He'll tell you how he achieved such monumental success for such a simple man. He's one of my favorite guys in the entire world. As a matter of fact, he is the best comedy magician working ever out there. It's just absolutely amazing. So please, no, really, I mean it sincerely. He is the best.
Despite what he looks like. It's like the most bipolar introduction I've ever had.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to be serious. We've been joking around a little bit, but I'm going to be serious. This guy has probably done more shows than any other comedy magician. He performs 10 shows a week currently here in Las Vegas, and he has been rated one of the top 5 shows in Las Vegas for like 10 years running. Anybody that comes out to Las Vegas that's interested in seeing really good magic has got to check out this guy's show. Now, I've seen it personally over 20 times. I've loved it, and I've seen it in many different venues. We're going to talk about that stuff later, but currently he is just rocking the house day in and day out. Just fantastic magic. Now, he's going to teach you some amazing stuff that you can do, but more than that, he's going to tell you things that will improve all of the magic that you already do.
That is a lot to live up to.
I know, but I know you're the guy that can do it.
I'm looking out at this audience, and there are a lot of people that need a lot of help.
You'll explain why that's funny. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the funniest guy, one of the most down-to-earth guys you're ever going to meet, one of my good friends. It's Matt King.
Oh. That's awfully, really the craziest introduction I've ever had. I'm so glad you guys are here, and I'm so glad you guys are here. Thank you very much for paying money, and you guys are all freeloaders, I'm pretty sure. But I am going to do some tricks, and I'll talk about some stuff, and we can answer any questions, and maybe I should get started with a trick. I was telling Dan before I started how nervous I was, because, I mean, if this was just my show, I wouldn't be nervous at all. I do a lot of shows, but lectures, last time I did a lecture of any length was probably 20 years ago. I mean, I've done some lectures at conventions that are, 45 minutes or so, where I teach a couple of tricks, but this is going to be longer than that, and I have no idea how it will go. So I was saying to the people here live, be nice to me, and hopefully you guys will be nice to me at home too. Although even if you're cursing at your monitors, I won't know. So, but I'll feel it. So I'll start out with a trick, and to start, I need somebody to help me do a quick magic trick. And I'm looking here. I know everybody sitting here. You probably haven't actually seen this trick. What's your name?
James.
James, come right up here, James, and step right over here, ladies and gentlemen. This is James. And James will start out with a little card trick. Ow. And it's a deck of cards. Please take out any card you wish there, James. I will be right over here. And I'll sign your name across the face of the card there, James. And James selected one of these cards. And I'll take the pen. You can show the camera. I'll look at the monitor. Good. I am I couldn't even cap the pen. I'm so nervous. Everybody saw it actually, right? It was the Five of Hearts. What? Here, shuffle those up if you would. I'm going to show you a little something. In my shoe, my hand is empty. In my shoe, there it is. One card while you're shuffling, and that card is James's card. Right? Yeah. And so take out the one you actually signed. No, it's not that. That's the same card. So let's see. I'll start from the beginning. I like tricks with shoes. I have a number of tricks in my show at Harrah's that involve a shoe, and I've been playing with this plot for a while actually, and this is the easiest, best solution for me so far. And if you're looking for others, Lisa Minna has a great card in the shoe too. I don't know whether she's published that or not. Maybe I shouldn't say that. So we'll start with a couple of things. Somebody writes their name on a card, and you control it to your left palm. And this is a little something I like to call the Mac King palm. I'm going to look here in the monitor so I can see. From the front, it looks like this. Whoops, doesn't look like that. I mean, sometimes it does. From the front, it looks like this. But from the back, you can see that card's already in my palm. So I'm not putting the card in the deck at all. I'll do it from the back. This top right corner, the furthest away from me, hits my pinky here and then is pivoted around and it just goes right into my palm. So there's no move, really. There's no shuffling, there's no nothing. I just put the card in the deck. But it's in my palm. So I say I like to call that the Mac King palm, but I probably shouldn't because I showed that when I came up with it, I don't know, in the 80s. But I showed it to Stephen Mensch, and he says, oh, let me check something. That's very similar to the direct palm that Marlowe published in the Tabled Palm booklet. And it's not very similar. It's the same. So kudos to Marlowe for predicting my palm before I was born. If you want to see this in print, it's in the Tabled Palm. I don't know whether you can even find that anymore, but published by Magic Ink years ago, the Tabled Palm, and he calls it the direct palm. So the card just goes in your palm like that. So when I do this, I usually don't have a monitor in front of me, so I can't do that monitor joke, and that monitor joke actually spoiled the joke I actually do, because what I'll do is the guy will write his name on the card, and I'll take it from him and show it to the audience, and then I will go, is it a red card? And on that chuckle, that's when I do the palm. So there's even more misdirection for that. So if you've seen my show live, you'll know. I mean, hopefully you'll know that. I mean, I really am a firm believer of every time you can cover any move with a laugh, that makes the move, more invisible. You should practice them probably, but I don't always adhere to that either. But anything you can do to make that more, to cover up that move, to make it seem like there are no moves. I mean, that's one of the greatest compliments. What's his name? Jay, I never can pronounce his name right. Jay Noblezada.
Oh, Noblezada.
Yeah. After the show once, he said to me, it was really nice. He said, you're the only magic show I've ever seen that doesn't have any moves. And I'm, wow, that's the nicest thing anybody's ever said. So anyway, so the card goes in your palm, and you talk for a second. Then you're going to hand the deck to the guy on, and I should have had him standing on my right. I don't know why I didn't. Usually that's the case, because it's awkward when you got the card in your left hand. So I had to do that, which is not as good. But anyway, you're ending up with the card, whatever you want to do that ends up with the card with its face against your left palm. And then you have them shuffle, and you can, take your time because I want to show you something with my shoe. And then I look down at my shoe. So there's a bunch of steps that I think make this seem more impossible. I look down at my shoe, so my attention is all there. The card is here, and I kind of give a little bit of a flash of this hand empty. And because I've got something in this hand, it's better if there's something for it to do, something for it to hold on to. So I'm holding on to my pant leg as if I'm pulling up my pant leg in order to make it easier to bend my foot up toward my left palm, and my, man, this card is getting soaked from my sweat. But, so I look down at my shoe, I pull up my pant leg, I reach down, pull off my shoe, and I'm going to show this hand empty, and I even say it. My hand is empty in my shoe. Now, only these 3 fingers are reaching into the shoe. My index finger and thumb are going behind my shoe and grabbing the card and pulling it apparently out of the shoe. So, but from the front, it looks like you're digging down in your shoe and you pull out the card. If you haven't held it in your hand for 10 minutes, it should still be straight. So that's from the front, reach in your shoe, pull it out, show it. Let me think about a few things I want to talk about with this. Number one, just the sequence. The reason that you want that card in your hand, palm, face against your palm, is so that it comes out back first. The difference between pulling it out back first and pulling it out face first is huge, I think, because you want everybody to react at the same time. And if you pull it out face first, it's not everybody gets the same exact magical experience. And what you want is for them to get the point of the card being in your shoe, and it's the exact same card at the exact same time. So the sequence is, I think in their brains they're thinking, his hand, he's shown me his shoe. That card's not going to be in his shoe, right? His hand is empty, and there's a card. Now you give them time to think. You give them time to think and build this mystery up in their brain. You give them time to think, well, that's a card. Can't be the card. And then all attention is focused on here by that thought in their brains. And then when you try to, and you time it, boom, it is the card, and they can all react at one as an audience. And so that's it. So let's see, there's a couple of other things about this. Don't you go away. If you want to make it more, slightly less impromptu, you can put a card in the shoe to begin with. I don't do that, but you can. So here's the sequence for that. Now you pull up, and it's pretty cool because now they see a card, and you can pull it out. And so maybe that's even better. I don't know, but I don't bother with that. But that's there. So there's another method for this too. I've experimented with a bunch of different methods, including cutting a hole in my shoe and reaching through that, but that's stupid. But sometimes you got to think of a few stupid methods to come up with one that's not stupid. Dan, did you get any good questions there? Anybody else?
You actually answered my question, because I was going to say something about that. If somebody's doing this all the time and they put that other card in the shoe, they can do not only that convincer, but you could also find a way to sort of dump that loaded card down to the toe as you put it back up.
Yeah, you can do that. And
Extras,
I think Mark Mason makes some gimmick that does that,
that
right?
does it. Yeah, he does. Yeah, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, and it pulls it up, and that's another thing. That might be kind of cool. His pulls it into the toe of the shoe.
I should have bought that. I like this trick so much, but this one's free. All right, sit down. Get out of. Give me my cards. I believe that one was for you. That applause. So let's see. one of the things about this trick is you can do it for one person, or you can do that trick. I mean, if you've seen my show at Harris, I mean, I'm going to refer to that a bunch because it's really all I got. If you've seen my show, it's really just a close-up magic show. I mean, it's card tricks, and you know, I mean, it's a close-up magic show done for 500 or 600 people, and I've done it for, you know, I mean, I've done it without magnification. I mean, I've done it with videos for video magnification for 10,000 people, but I've done it without magnification for about 1,000 people, 1,200, sometimes, you know, in a theater, when it's theater seating and the lighting's right, you can, you know, most everything in the show I can do for 1,500 people. But it's just card tricks. It's really just a close-up magic show done for a boatload of people. And there's a couple of ways to make tricks, small tricks, play bigger that I found. One of the things, when I was, I don't know, when I was a little boy, both my grandfathers were interested in magic, and my grandfather, I vividly remember my dad's dad teaching me the very first trick I ever learned, where you break that toothpick in the handkerchief, and I mean, it was just an eye-opener for me. I just remember him sitting me on his kitchen counter and doing it. It was fantastic. But my mom's dad, in particular, he had a few magic books at his house, and one of them is this, Learn Magic for Fun and Popularity. And which is not just one of the greatest titles, but it's by Henry Hay, which everybody knows from the Amateur Magician's Handbook, which is also just fantastic, stolen from my library. But this book, Henry Hay's Learn Magic for Fun and Popularity, was like the first real magic book I ever read as a kid. And one of the things that's in here that just really, you know, I mean, I used to reread it every couple of years. And one of the things I noticed was, after reading it one time, is, I'll try to get this on here. Can you get this drawing? So he's talking about the wrong way to pass a coin from hand to hand. The wrong way, which is, there's a coin. So, and then if you turn the page, he shows you the right way. And all that is you're doing it so this nobody can see. But you're doing this, now 1,000 people can see that trick. And it's just a giant, it's a giant difference with almost nothing that you have to do. And that's really, if you'll see the show, the card trick I do in my act, where the card is jumping into my pocket, which I'll do a version of later, and the thumb tie and all that, I mean, I'm moving so much, and I have applause cues that's an applause cue in there, lifting up my leg, or just crazy little things that if you do enough shows, you got time to think about and figure out, and listening to the audience and listening to what's going on in your head, just little things like that you can use to make these tricks, these tiny little tricks, play for 1,000 people. You know, I mean, just showing the card, you know, like that, instead of, here's your card. You know, I mean, just crazy little things that you can do. You know, your card flies from the center of the deck into my pocket, you know, and just moving around and making it seem like a show instead of just a little magic trick for one person. And it just makes a big difference. So that's one of the things. And the other way to make a small trick play bigger is to involve somebody from the audience. And like I do this trick in my show where I do like the aerial fishing, where I catch a fish and drop it in a glass, and then I put a carrot in my mouth and spit out a live fish into the glass. And if I'm not going to do it now, but you can look it up on YouTube, see it on Letterman Show or whatever. But that's not those fish are this big. And when I first started doing that trick, I had a little stool and I had a wine glass, a goblet, and I would catch the fish and I would drop it in that goblet, and then I would set that aside, and I'd set another goblet there, and then I would spit that fish into the second goblet. And I got a call from the Donnie and Marie show when they had a daytime talk show, and they said, they sent somebody to the show, and they said, is there any way you can do that fish trick with Donnie and Marie holding the glasses? I'm like, should have been doing that all along. I mean, not, it'd be great if Donnie Marie showed up every day, but I just mean I should have been doing it all along with somebody from the audience holding those glasses, because the giant difference of me spitting a fish into a glass that somebody, in the show, if there's a kid, in the summer and the spring break, when a lot of, we have kids at the show, and, this kid's holding this glass right in front of his face. He's holding this glass, and I spit a live fish into it, and the look on that kid's face translates to the back. Even if you can't see the fish really swimming around, you see that kid's face and his astonishment and his reaction, and it just makes that trick way, way bigger. So the very first time, so when Donnie Marie calls, not Donnie Marie calls, but the producer, one of the producers calls and says, can you do this with Donnie Marie holding the glasses? And yeah, of course. So I thought, I should probably practice it that way. So the very first time I was working at the Maxim, this was before I was working at Harrah's, and I had a show at the Maxim Hotel. I just signed a 2-year deal, and 2 months later they announced they were closing the hotel. Worked out good for me, though. I moved right to Harrah's right after that, so it was a blessing, really. But so I decide I'm going to get people up from the audience to hold these glasses, and the very first time I do it with people on the stage, I'm not going to, I'm not giving away any secrets by saying at one point I secretly load a fish in my mouth. I secretly load a fish in my mouth, and that fish decides to swim down into my throat. Oh. And so I'm like, I have to make a decision. I have to decide which way I should get that fish. So I decide up. And so I start going, ha! And the Maxim wasn't a big place. If you ever saw the show there or wherever in the showroom, 115 maximum people in that small showroom. It wasn't much bigger than this, really. And had a nice stage and nice lighting, but the showroom itself was pretty tiny. But, it was pretty full that day. And so I'm on stage going, trying to cough this fish up out of my throat. And then I realize I'm going to vomit. And there are 2 people. This is the first time I've done this trick with 2 people from the audience standing on either side of me. So I'm, and I realize, I'm going to vomit. And I start to vomit in my hand. And then my little suitcase of props is right here behind this guy playing Donnie. And there's a woman over here playing, but Donnie's on this side, the guy playing Donnie that day. And so I lean over into my suitcase and just, and there's my lunch and a little fish flopping around in there. And I grab the fish, pop him back in, and go on with the trick as if nothing had happened.
Because no one's going to notice.
Who would notice? And so I finish the show, and I go out into the lobby. I was, I signed T-shirts and was out in the lobby after every show, and I go out there, and I'm talking to people, and I don't know if you guys know Bob Zaney. He's a comic, friend of mine. He happened to be working at the Maxim. There was a comedy club at night. I was there at the Maxim in the afternoon. They had a comedy club where the acts changed every week at night. And so Bob would happen to be the comic there that week, and he was in the audience, and he had gone into the office, the entertainment director's office, which was right outside the showroom, and I just vomited on stage. So he told on me. And so the entertainment director comes out while I'm signing stuff, and he goes, did you vomit on stage? I'm talking to people, and he says, did you vomit on stage? Yeah, and no one has mentioned it. Not one person in the whole, there were, 100 people filing out, signing shirts, and like, hey, great show. Nobody said, did you vomit? Not a mention. So you'd be surprised what you can get away with. That's all I'm saying. But the main point is, you can make tricks, small tricks appear big by having audience members up on stage, and I'll talk more about that too in a second. But maybe I should do a magic trick of some sort. Fun and popularity. We all know that's bull. So you're out to dinner with your parents, or with your girlfriend's parents, and you start talking about your pimple, because that's what you do when you're out to dinner with your girlfriend's parents. And once you get their attention, which doesn't take long, you can do this. You go, oh, let me see if I can get that. And that's just a butter package, but if you don't let them know that, and you put it on bread, and you squeeze it out onto bread and then eat it, that's good too. Any questions?
Do you prefer butter or margarine?
I'm actually vegan, but
But doing that trick gives
yeah,
you a chance to...
I'm cheating.
Do you have any napkins here for yourself? Do we?
I meant to bring some napkins. I
we're getting
bet there are some at the bar.
We're getting some right now.
So let me talk about that for a second, because that didn't work exactly. That butter was a little wrong. I'm going to do it again with this package. That split open a little weird. These I couldn't find these are those little plastic ones with the foil tops, and the best ones are actually the ones that are kind of like wrapped like Christmas presents, with the where it's all foil. Yeah. Because then the butter can't come out the side. That's what happened on this. It came out the side of the package instead of the tiny little hole that I poked in the foil. So when you do this, I'm going to try to see if I can't get it to work exactly right with this. I couldn't, like I said, find the better packaging. I thought, I'll just steal some butter on my way into the lecture today, but these are all I could find. So you line that up so that hole is between your middle fingers, so that you got like three. If you put your 4 fingers together, 4 fingertips of each hand, there's a hole in the middle of the 3 holes there. So you line it up so that hole in the foil aligns with the holes in your fingers, and I'm going to see if I can get this to come out the way it should, because it looks really great when it comes out the way. There we go. And that was still wrong. It will come out like a strand of spaghetti if you have the right consistency of butter. And that's
This butter's melted a little bit.
this butter is a little melted. It's yeah. So that's the hard part of the trick, actually, is getting it. If it's too hard, if the butter's too hard, it doesn't work right, and if the butter's too soft, it just comes out like liquid, which is good too. But I should have saved that for last. I don't know, Dan. Anything good on there? Questions?
Yeah. Well, okay. And that's from a book. Tricks with Your Head. Is that still in publication?
It is. It's in
available?
its. I don't know which. I grabbed one off my shelf this morning, and it's in its like 14th or 15th printing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just fantastic.
It's been out since 2002, and yeah. Well, if it's good, it's because Mark Levy. I don't know whether you guys know Mark. He co-wrote this, and then my cousin Bill did the illustrations, which are really good. It's actually available on Penguin.com, penguinmagic.com, or MacKingShop.com. So that trick is in here. I'm trying to think if there might be a good drawing of that in here. But I'll do a couple of tricks from here later. Anyway, that was it. That was your comment? It's in there?
That's
okay.
my comment, that it's in there.
All right.
Is that, it's not a,
No, that's good.
Gave you a chance to do the plug?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
I threw a bone your way, and you're like,
I appreciate that.
It's it,
Can you
and
throw
hit
something
me
else
with
my
it?
way? Do you have a pack of cigarettes?
I do, as a matter of fact. Yeah, I got some of them here. Yeah, there you go.
So, does anybody have $1? camera cut away at the perfect spot. Thanks. Oh, you have $1. All right. So this is a trick I don't do anymore, but I used to. But no one smokes anymore except for Dan.
I'm bringing it back.
You're bringing it back. I'm bringing cancer back. Who did I borrow this from? Oh, all right. Hold on to that little receipt. I'm going to fold your dollar into a packet, and I'm going to tap it. You might want to pull out a little bit on the camera. There you go. I'm going to tap it on the count of 3. It will disappear. 1, 2, 3. Oh. What the? Oh, it's up here. 3. Oh. What? Oh, check this out. Now my hands are too greasy. There we go. Oh. Check it out. Oh. It's $1. There's a piece missing. Like you guys never seen something like this before. Hold that up. See if that doesn't match. Holy smoke. That's the same exact dollar. So, we'll talk about how to create a new magic trick. That's like a new magic trick, but it's not a new magic trick because it's just 2 old magic tricks put together. The Bill and the Cigarette plot has been around for forever, and there's a trick in Tarbell 7.
Tarbell Volume 2, as a matter of fact, in the cigarette tricks.
Oh, is it in there?
Yep, it's right in
here.
here.
Here it is? I thought it was Volume 7.
It's,
Okay,
well,
Volume 2.
They probably reprinted a version of it
No.
in Volume 7. Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, I'm going to, there's right in here.
It's called Here It Is, Crawford.
Oh, that's the other one. From 7 is Here It Is, and here is the dollar in cigarette.
Oh yeah, okay. So that's the dollar and cigarette.
Yep.
But the Here It Is
in 7.
the trick where you have a coin and a pencil, and you tap the coin, and the coin disappears, or the pencil disappears, and then the coin. And so I will go. So I just took those 2 tricks and put. Got butter on my glasses. I'm not going to be able to see. Everything's foggy. So I just took those 2 tricks together and put them together, two disparate tricks, and put them together. There's actually a version of it in Tricks with Your Head because I really like that, and it uses your head. The version in Tricks with Your Head, I tell you to do it with a pencil and a speeding ticket when the police give you a speeding ticket. But as far as I know, no one's ever actually tried it that way. So we'll go through this. Here's what I learned the hard way. If you're going to do this trick more than once, separate envelopes for the cigarette that has a dollar bill rolled up inside and the piece that matches. Seal them up and carry a bunch of them. If you're going to, because if you're doing this, like if I used to do it in restaurants when you could smoke in a restaurant, and so you could easily borrow a cigarette, and so when you're ready, you just tear it open and dump those 2 things into your. I would dump them into my left jacket pocket. So I will go over, maybe I'll do this, yeah. I'll go over how to put a cigarette or bill in a cigarette. So it's a cigarette, and it's filled with tobacco. And if you just kind of roll your fingers, loosen up that tobacco, and then I hit it on my arm, and tobacco starts coming out. Eventually, you're going to get all that tobacco out of there, and you'll be left with the filter. Should have done that to begin with. Once you do that, then you take a dollar bill, tear off the corner. I use the top right corner, and just approximately like I believe that's like a 1/16 of a dollar. And then you start with the torn corner, and I'm just rolling it toward myself as tiny as I can get it and as tight as I can get it. And it'll go pretty skinny. And so then you shove that into the paper, and this won't go in here because it's still got tobacco in it. But you'll find on this size cigarette, it won't go all the way in. It'll go about that far, and then it hits the filter. But you'll also find that if you hold the filter and kind of rub that too, you can push that cigarette further in. The filter will start to come out the other end, and you can just snip that off, and you'll be left with a dollar bill inside a cigarette. Get right up on there. You can see. I used to push it further and put tobacco in there, but no one notices. And then you can see I've snipped off a little bit of that because it's a little fuzzy. So that goes in your pocket along with crap. That's why you make sure.
Yeah.
One of these matches this. But it's whatever doesn't match this one. So anyway, so you have the cigarette with a bill inside of it and the piece that matches in your left jacket pocket, or just wherever you can get them. I like to get them with my left hand. Then I don't borrow a cigarette. I borrow a pack of cigarettes, and I open it up. But before I do that, I get this cigarette in my hand, just holding it in my hand. And I borrow a pack of cigarettes, and I add that to the pack of cigarettes, and then I say, can I borrow $1? And while that's happening, then I take the cigarette out of the package. Again, no moves. Now, there's no moves. I mean, there's no cigarette switching, you know, and you can put that, you know, you can say, oh, those are nice, I'll keep those. And so then you don't have to match the brand or anything. It just because they don't ever see the other cigarette. And so you got that. You borrow $1 from somebody. When you put the cigarette pack away in your pocket, you come out with the piece just in your left hand. Also, I'm just holding it there with my thumb. So put that in your mouth. You borrow this. When you take it, you add that piece to the back, and then you tear off a corner, and you say, "Who did I borrow this from?" And then there's no switch again. I just put this here, the torn piece I just tore off. I put it behind it and come away with this, kind of like the Don Allen Big Deal switch. I don't know if you know that. You can look that. If you don't know that, you can look it up because it's worth looking up.
It goes way back to, by the way, back to Anneman's Jinx switch.
Oh, is that? Oh, yeah,
yeah.
From the top and the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. All right. Yeah, all right. So that, and you give them that. Now you fold this up, and there's nothing to get rid of because you're folding, and you want to do that. You want to leave that piece. Let me get rid of this so I can talk. You want to leave that little piece in that center crease when you're folding it up so that it gets locked in the bill, so it doesn't come fluttering out at some point. So that little piece is in there, and you've got the cigarette, and you say on the count of 3, 1, 2, when you're coming up here, you're going to leave that behind your ear, say 3, and so when you come down, there's two things. You're coming down as if you're still holding the cigarette, and then when your fingers touch, when your hands touch, boom, you just make a little magic gesture. Like that's when the cigarette disappeared. So you just let them know that that's when the magic happened. So bang, cigarette's gone. Now you're gonna dump this in your pocket. But if you just bring your hand back, it's really obvious. Even if you've already turned, if you bring your hand back, your elbow comes flapping into view, and it's like, well, I don't know where that cigarette went, but it made his ass itch. Which is not good. So the little thing I'm saying to myself is, where'd the cigarette go? And I pull my hands back like I'm looking for it on the floor. So I don't know whether you can get there you go. So I pull my hands back as if I'm looking for the cigarette on the floor, and I bring this hand like I'm trying to get it out of the way. It's a natural thing to move it back and look for the cigarette. now it's close to my pocket. So, and then, oh, it's up here. Now I don't have to move this hand to dump that bill into this pocket. And all the tension is up here, and this hand hasn't moved toward the pocket at the time that the vanish happened, or that the ditch happened. So it's happened way before. So, oh, there it is. Now I come back around, and I'm holding this hand as if it has a bill in it, and then I say 3, and again, the little magic gesture, 3, that lets you know that the bill disappeared then. And then all that's left is to, if you get your fingers a little wet, if they're not buttery, you can peel that cigarette paper will peel off of there, and they can see. And that's, if you've never seen this trick, I mean, we're all jaded, but if you've never seen this trick, that's a pretty powerful thing seeing that. It's like this, why? That's such a cool little image, and you pull it out of there. And again, it's like revealing the card with the back out first, and then showing it. So it's like, well, that's a dollar bill, but it couldn't be the same dollar bill. Oh, crap, there's a piece missing, but it couldn't be the same piece. Oh, crap, it's the same piece. Maybe it's not in this case. So there's a couple of there's a trick there. Again, I don't know that anybody should actually do that trick anymore. I don't know how many people smoke and where you can smoke and where you can do the trick. I've actually done it on
not within 50 feet of any entrance to any building.
Yeah, yeah. So it's street magic.
I do have a question on that, because other people have asked me questions about similar tricks. And that is, what about the borrowed bill being in the same condition as the one that...
Fuck them. They saw something great for $1.
There you go. You know? Right? Right? Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, here's what I think about that. I don't think it's right to give. I'm a little leery. I think there's a line. If it's covered in lemon juice and it's nasty, that's iffy to me.
But I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the corner. I'm talking about the wear and tear. People have
it's not the same. I see. I thought you were talking about giving them back a bill with a corner
I'm with
out of
you.
it.
I'm with you.
Okay. I thought. You're saying the mystery isn't as good if they give you a wrinkly dollar.
They give you a wrinkly used one, and you give them
crisp.
back one that's not too bad, and that kind of stuff. What do you do? See, now I've...
Do you have a solution for that?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear it, because that has happened.
Yeah, but it doesn't come up so often that
No,
you
it
don't
doesn't
even care
happen.
about it.
Yeah.
And typically all I do is I just go, oh, that one won't make the journey. They don't know what I'm talking about.
Oh,
they don't know
when you borrow it. Oh, that's good, yeah.
That one won't make the journey.
Worth the price of admission.
There you go. That's it. And what you said.
Oh, yeah. Well, but I do think, I am a little leery. I give a guy in the show, I give a guy money with writing on it. And, it's still legal and it's still fine, and it might not read in the slot machine, but that saves them $20 or whatever. But I think that's okay, and I even think the corner is fine, because that bill will still spin with that corner gone, and they can put it in their pocket, and it's not a bad thing. But I think lemon juice, or if it's nasty, I have a hard, if you put it in a plastic bag for them, I think I've seen somebody do that, and I thought that was kind of a cool solution. Something that they can put it in their purse or their pocket, and you're not sending them away going, that was kind of cool, but like that trick.
So, Mac, I have another thought about the dollar bills. You say now you can also say, do you have a bunch of dollar bills, and then you can look to see the one. That,
right, and just in case we're not picking it up on the mic, which we probably are, is that you could ask to see a few of them and pick out.
Oh, that's a good one right there. Yeah, that's a good solution.
Don't you have trouble with this because the bill's rolled up anyway, so it's going to get a little bit of wear on it.
Well, and that's the other thing, and
Yeah.
this is
Oh,
coming
no,
from over
it's-
here in
yeah.
the audience. And I've got to repeat these. It's unfortunate because we don't have a microphone on the audience. The gentleman over there is saying that because the bill's going to be rolled up, it's possible for you to put a little bit of wear and tear into it. And honestly, and it's something that I've done also, if the bill that they give you is perfectly new and crisp, and you know that the one that's going to come back has got a couple of folds in it, just take theirs and just start rolling it up.
Yeah.
Just get it ready. Yeah.
Yes. So here's another gag, another thing. It's not a trick, but it's better than the trick, actually. If you go to buy, this was shown to me by Roger Klaus years ago, and he didn't know where it came from, and I haven't been able to track down the origin, but it's something I've done a few times, and it's fun. When I was on the road all the time, new people would pick me up at the airport and take me to the hotel or the condo where they would have you stay. And, you're always getting rides from people, and you're always asking to stop. They're always asking them to stop somewhere and do something for you. And so this is just, if I could do something that make them laugh, it would make it easier for the rest of the week that I was in town. And here's one of the things that I used to do all the time. Suppose you're a cashier. And or you're at Denny's. The best way to do this is, it doesn't happen as much anymore because they don't have this. That's how old I am. But they used to. I don't even know. I haven't been at Denny's in a long time. But they still have like candy under the counter at the checkout. Oh, they still do. Okay, good. So you can still do this there. But I've done it in the past just like at a gas station. But it's better at Denny's where you have to ask for it. So can I get a roll of those Lifesavers? Sure. And thank you, madam. And let's see. And so that's my genius switch. But you say, oh, I can't find my money. Can you see? I can't see that with my glasses. Does that say 4 at the last thing?
Yeah.
It does. Oh, that's great. Let me see here. Oh, yeah. Here. Can I pay for that with this $5 bill? And so you don't even have to really go through any kind of any nutty switches. I just would have one in my pocket, and you walk up and you're searching, and you come out with it from the other pocket, and you say, shoot, I can't find my money. Can you see this? And then whatever there's a lot number usually on the ends of these. And you just say, does that say 4? And they say, yes. And they, oh, God, great. And you pop it open, and then all you've done is roll up a 5 and put it in there. And you can still just do it, even if you're not at the counter. You can just have one in your pocket that you carry it into the store and go up to the counter and start to pay for it. And then and they ring it up, and it's 99 cents. And you say, oh, shoot, I don't have any. And then you pop it open and give them the 5, and they got to give you change. That's the best part. They have to give you $4 and a penny from this thing that, whose 5 was that? Because you hadn't bought that roll of Lifesavers yet. And it does, I always hoped, I only saw it maybe once or twice, but I always hoped that, as we were leaving, that you'd see the clerk in there busting open every thing of Lifesavers. That's actually the best thing in the lecture.
Have you ever had anyone say, that's not yours, that's ours, because you haven't paid for it yet? Yeah.
But you have to just. That's mine. Did you know it was in there? No, it's mine. All right, I'm going to do a trick, like a real trick. Yeah, about time. A real trick. Sir, what's your name? James, come up here. James, take those scissors from the scissor table to your left. We're going to do a little rope trick, James. Are you a magician?
Yes, I am.
Shoot. Well, this should be no trouble. Do me a favor. Cut that rope right there in the middle with the rope scissors and set them on the scissor table. And, you didn't, that's pretty close to the middle. I'll start over. All right, James. Let's let's see, we got to make, if we'll even the ends up, that should be the middle right there. Cut that right there in the middle, James. Set the scissors on the scissor table. And I'm going to teach you how to do this. I know. I'll do it once, and then you'll do it. Then we'll do it together. All right. So grab the scissors from the scissor table. Wave your scissors over the knot. Say the magic words.
Magic words.
I'm pretty sure you've been to the Matt King show.
Yes, I have been.
Say the magic words.
I cannot remember.
Bring, bring, Dick. You left out the last part. So, and the knot slides off and the ropes go back together. Yeah. So I promised I would show you how to do this, and I will. Grab those scissors from the scissor table. Cut the rope here in the middle, James. Set the scissors on the scissor table. You take half, I'll take half. Do exactly what I do, and it can't help but work for you. First, this is the simple version. Tie the two ends of your rope together so you have a loop of rope, like a nice circle of rope. Good. Now, grab the scissors from the scissor table. Cut my rope here opposite the knot. Good. And do the same with yours. Be careful. Set the scissors on the scissor table. Pull. Make sure it's good and tight. Oh, you did a better job with yours than I. Let me make this just a little tighter. All right. Good. Grab the scissors from the scissor table. Wave them over my knot. Say the magic words.
Bring, bring, Dick.
There you go. My knot slides off and the ropes go back together. Here's the part where you look stupid. Wave the scissors over the scissor knot. Wave the scissors over the scissor knot of the knot. Say the magic words.
Bring, bring.
Let's see what you got. Oh, dude. Thank you very much. James. So that's not a trick that I do in my regular show, but I do it when I do a lot of school assemblies where I talk about reading, and I do a book drive, and kids get books and magic shows, and I read stories. And this is a trick that I do in those shows. So I'm going to think about adding the bring Dick to those performances.
To the reading shows.
Yeah, to the reading shows.
Like
yeah.
Dick and Jane.
Yeah,
bring Dick, bring
Dick
Jane.
and Jane. If you've seen my show, you'll know that I like rope tricks. I have a rope trick that starts the show, and it's been the beginning of my show for, over 30 years I've been doing that trick. And it's changed quite a bit over the years. Initially, it was just when I was about 15, 16 years old, I saw George Sands lecture. He came to Louisville, Kentucky. I bought both of his manuscripts, Rope-sational, Sensational Rope, fantastic. And I put together a sort of a combination of those two routines when I was like 16. And George's routine ended with, anyway, I like rope tricks, and so I've been doing that trick for a long time, and it really was instrumental for me in my act, because when I saw George, he started that trick. He put on a straw hat, and he became like a different person. He became this really hesitant guy, and he would say, "I would like to do the rope trick. I call it the rope trick because it uses this piece of rope." And he was really, and the rope has two ends, one on each, and a center in between. And I'll cut off one end of and so it's the pattern that I use in my act. But I've changed the trick over the years. Added stuff of my own, and the ending is mine. But that character that he became, when I started, I thought, oh, that's really cool, and I decided to be this like hesitant, shy, bashful, hesitant guy. Don't ask me why now, but at the time it seemed like what I should do is pretend like I was from Belgium. So, and no, don't ask me why this, but I bought a Viking helmet because the Belgian Vikings, you know, running all over the world, pillaging and. So I had this plastic Viking helmet with these white horns, and did you ever see that? Yeah, Eugene saw it. It was great, right? So I did this for years, and I said I was the Baron Maximilian van King from Belgium, and I would like to do the rope trick, and I did the whole act like that. I mean, at that time my act was 15 or 20 minutes, but I mean I did the rope trick, and then I did a burnt bill trick. Those were the two. That was my act. Those two tricks. And I did it all like that Belgian guy, the Baron Maximilian van King. And and then Andy Kaufman showed up on TV, and he was fantastic, and people started saying, "Oh, we think you're so funny, you're just like Andy Kaufman." But he was famous, and I wasn't. And so it was like I was pretending, you know, like I was stealing his bit. So that didn't sit well with me. So I decided I would still be hesitant and unsure of myself, but instead of from Belgium, I would be from Kentucky, which is where I'm from. So that was easier and closer to the truth, which is way easier. And I'm pretty shy, actually, in off stage, and so it was more like me, and that was a big step for me, big giant step, and so that was really instrumental. That rope trick led to my being who I am on stage, my persona, and so knowing my penchant for rope tricks, I was staying. This was years ago. Late 80s, early 90s. I was staying at Max Maven's apartment in LA, and he said, "Oh, I just got this. I was just in Japan, and I got this manuscript from Shigeo Takagi, who I didn't know, but I've since, you know, I met him and got to be friends with him before he died, and they called him like the Di Vernon of Japan. He was an older gentleman and knew a lot of magic, and you know, fostered a lot of love for magic among young Japanese magicians. And so Max gave me this manuscript, the Takagi rope routine, and it's essentially what I just did for you now, the 3-phase cut and restore, do as I do thing, except in the original Takagi manuscript, the last phase, when yours goes back together, the spectators didn't. And that was the end of the trick. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, speaking of bring dick, I mean, you know, here I am, mine goes back together, and you, nope. I am superior. And I don't think that was Takagi's intention, but I think that's how it came off sometimes. And it came off that way to me, and it certainly wasn't the way I would do the trick for an audience. It didn't fit me at all. So Max went to sleep. I read this manuscript, and I stayed up all night. Literally, I stayed up all night, and this trick, I mean, it was done the next morning. I showed it to Max, and I was really happy with it, and I've just experimented that night, and came up.
I'm curious. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I'm curious. Did you perform it then for Max?
Yes.
And get away with the exchange? And did he expect his not to come off?
I don't remember. I don't remember. You know, if he hadn't had any coffee, I might have gotten away with
right.
it. Yeah. So, but it was early in the morning for him.
Because you know, once you explain it,
well, the
everyone will
exchange
see
was
the
weird
brilliance of it.
today. That happens sometimes because, you know, I do it with kids, and so the exchange was weird today. But I'll do it.
I don't know. I know you fooled a couple of people up front.
No, yeah. I mean, I could kind of tell that at least a few people.
Yeah.
No, I could tell I fooled a couple people. But there's. I mean, when I go through the explanation, we'll talk about the exchange because it's it's actually better covered than it was even then. I think there's a better. It's a little better than you just saw normally. So I did it for Max, and he was like, "Oh, that's great." And so I've been doing it ever since. And I know, I know Danny Orleans. A number of people do that trick in their shows, and I've been flattered. It's one of the few tricks that I've come up with that I think that people actually do. So we'll go through it. The first part, James, come on back. So the first part is just the regular cut and restored rope that, as far as I know, the first part, Edward Victor's Sleight of Hand, and if you don't have that book, it's worth getting. They did a reprint a few years ago, 10 years ago or something, and it's probably available. So the first part, what? Do I keep hitting you with this or something? So here's what happens. That would have been funny if I had been able to hit you right now. So the first part is just the cut and restored trick, and I'll go through a couple of things about this that I think are interesting. All you're really doing is cutting the rope here instead of here. You want a piece of rope. I measure it by stepping on one end and then doing that. But that's because I've done it a bunch. But I don't. This is probably about 8 feet. I'm guessing. So you're going to cut. So your fingers, these two ends are tucked into the crotch of your left thumb and forefinger there, so that your finger is free here, and my middle finger comes in, gets down to the middle, then my thumb comes through as well, and I'm coming up here, and I'm going to grab this rope right here and just pull it up there. So it looks like I'm pulling the middle up through my hands, and he's going to cut right there, so go ahead and cut. And so part of this, so set the scissors on the scissor table. You can use Dan's or whatever. And so now you want to make sure you drop the right ends, because if you do that, it's not as good. Because what you have here, shit. I asked earlier if I should cuss, and they said no. So, is that what you did?
Yeah.
Yeah, but these are up here. So anyway, so it's about like that. What you have is that little short piece running through the center of the long piece, sticking up out of your hand. Your hand conceals where they're joined together. And when you do that, it's automatically going to not be at the center for some reason, because when you're grabbing this and pulling it up, it displaces the actual center of the rope a little bit. So you're going to grab the shorter of the two ends in your right hand with your pinky and third finger. Then this hand is going to come up, and your thumb and other two fingers are going to grab one end of the short rope. And as soon as you grab it, you're going to let go with your left hand. So it's boom, and the rope goes back together. So there's a little bit of finesse, and I didn't do this, I don't think. Sometimes I do it, sometimes I don't. When you're at this point, if you got a nice long shot there, that's good. I'm going to drop this. So I'm at this point where I picked up the end. This is just an alternate way to restore those ropes. But look how cool this looks. I'm going to drop these ends from up here. And that looks pretty cool.
Yeah.
So I don't have the guts to do that in my actual show. Because every so often it looks like that. So you're at that point, and you reach up, you grab that, you let go, boom, that rope melts together, and I make a big show of pulling this through my hand and doing that because I'm going to do that on the second restoration too, and I'm covering up something secret on that second restoration. So, so you're left with a short piece here and then the long piece extending out. So this is your right hand with that short piece sticking out. Your left hand has a corresponding piece of the long piece sticking out so that it looks even. So you say grab the scissors from the scissor table. If we just even these ends up and cut the middle, now it's like, holy crap, he's really cutting the middle. He's got to be really cutting the middle. And you really do have two pieces. Well, you have three pieces, really. This piece is two pieces. All right, so, but they look the same, so it looks like two pieces. Now you're going to tie these two ends together, two pieces of rope together. And this is really tricky to describe. What you're going to do is switch this end for this end. So you're going to switch the end of the shorter end that's concealed in your hand with the top end of your left hand's piece. And so you do that by making a little X there, kind of, if you can see that. And then this hand is going to come up around and grab that and let go of that. So from the front, it just looks like you've wrapped that around and you're going to tie it. But what you're really doing is just tying this short end around the end of the left piece. So what I have there is this is a little short piece that will slide along that piece. And I'm holding it like that, as if that's the middle of the rope that I just tied together. Right? But there's really a break here. So I say, grab the scissors from the scissors. Oh, and wait, so let me go back, sorry, just to make this more confusing. So what you do that little switch of the ends, and then you tie this here, and now you want to slide this a little bit away from your hand, and those ends don't really move, but like they should, so it's a little bit of a discrepancy. But they don't. If the ends are out of the TV frame, it doesn't show at all, so it's good. So now the real middle is right here, but you've sort of got them convinced that this is the middle right here, where the two ends are tied together. They wave the scissors over the knot, and then you're going to slide this off and throw it out into the audience. And now you're going to do what I just did, where you're doing that, and it's like you're showing the rope, but you're not doing. This hand doesn't do anything. This hand is just moving. Your left hand is just kind of moving a little bit, but if you keep the ends moving, it's like you're showing, and then you tug, and then you lift up your thumbs, like the rope is moving through your hands, and then you put your thumbs down. You kind of get the illusion that you're moving that rope a little bit and showing the middle of the rope restored. But you don't make a big deal because you've already restored the rope once. So, all right? So now you're at this point, but they think you have a whole rope. So grab the scissors from the scissor table and cut them here in the middle. And what you've done is just give yourself another short piece of rope. So now you give that to them, and you're set up with one short piece of rope, but they think it's all one continuous piece. Don't get ahead of me, dude. But you do. You have them tie the two ends together, and you say, here, you're going to do exactly what I do, and you make it. So what you're doing is you're doing that same move that you just did, switching this end for that end. So watch as it comes around. Now you're tying this short piece around the long piece again. So but the gap is hidden in your hand. Now you need this knot right here, but you can't slide it up there. So I just do that. But all attention is on the other guy. So there's lots of things in my show where I just do it. So you tie these two, apparently you're tying your two ends together. What you're really doing is tying that short piece around there and then sliding it down. That's all. So it's there. Now you say grab the scissors from the scissor table. Don't get ahead of me this time. Cut my rope here opposite the knot. Don't do yours yet. So now what you've done is just given yourself another short piece that's there. So this isn't really two pieces of rope. That knot will slide off of there. And you've got an extra piece here. And you say grab your scissors off the scissors and cut your rope opposite the knot. Now, with a kid, here's what I do. I grab this and say right there. And so I give him a hand.
Right.
So cut, set the scissors on this. Now, here's the actual switch. I didn't get to do it before, but watch it. This piece never moves. So, shit. Yeah, so this is the one that's really tied. So you say set the scissors on the scissor table after he cuts it, and as he does that, you just come back and come away. But this piece never moves, so that switch is a little more deceptive because this piece is always there. So you're just switching the bottom part of that rope. So now I have a real legit knot here, and he's got a knot that's ready to slide off. And I say tug on the ends, make sure that's really good. And now I grab this rope this knot in my fist, and I point at him and it says, you did a better job with yours than I did with mine. I'm going to make, now all I do is take this piece and tie it. This hand conceals that knot. I say, you did a better job with yours than I did with mine. I'm going to make mine tighter. And I just tie another knot there and transfer that knot to this hand. So that's the real knot hidden there. That's the knot ready to slide off. I mean, I know that's crazy confusing, but I'll do it one more time. So, oh, you did a better job with yours than I did with mine. I'm just going to make mine a little tighter. There you go. Yours is good and tight? All right. Now, wave the scissors over the thing, blah, blah, blah. He waves it. This time I don't toss this out into the audience because this hand is dirty. So I toss this up and I catch it here. So now I can sort of be a little freer with this hand because there's an end sticking out, but that's okay. I just caught a knot. So it's like, okay, now here's the part, but it doesn't matter because this is the trick.
Yeah.
This is the trick. And I say wave, and I build it, if it's a 10-year-old, 12-year-old kid, I build this up. You know, here's the part where you look stupid. Wave the scissors over your knot. Yeah, grab it, slip. And the kid's face when that happens is just fantastic. I mean, it's such a great moment, and you know, and if you can get a kid that looks like he needs the encouragement, it's even better. I mean, it's really cool moment for them and for the audience to see that kid succeed. And so here's the other big thing. So he pulls that off. I take it from him. I take this. I wad it all up together and I give it to him. Now he's got the evidence. Mm-hmm. He's got the evidence, and he goes back to his seat. But I don't care. Trick's over. I mean, and everybody else in the room, I wouldn't give him that rope if there was something wrong with it, right? There's no chance. So it's also an added convincer that he goes home with that rope. So there you go.
Plus, I mean, how are they going to reconstruct?
Right. Well,
it?
that's the real thing.
Right?
Is how if he goes, well, wait a minute. Now I thought this was back together. What the? I mean it's like another trick almost. Yeah. So I mean, so I've had kids come up after the show and say, well, this went back to apart. It's what happened. And it's I don't know. You work on that. You're good at it. Yeah. What's that?
Once it's untied, there's no evidence for anyone.
Yeah, there's no evidence. I mean, that's
Good job, Jen.
Well, no, even if he sees the knot, even if he shows his friend, it's still knotted right here. No, it wasn't. So there's that. Any question? I mean, no, that's really confusing.
There actually are. There are some questions about that.
There are some questions. Good. All right. I thought there might be.
Yeah,
that's a little confusing, that trick.
Well, it's confusing, but that's not really what the questions are about, because people can replay this, watch it over and over and over again, and it's worth it because that's a fantastic trick. Now, I'll be honest. I've always wanted to do this. I've always wanted to do it, but it's way too complicated for me,
Oh yeah, it's
to
way
remember
beyond you, I'm sure.
and for my shows, but it's
You've
really
seen that right before this trick.
absolutely yeah, and I think it's one of the most brilliant rope routines that there is. So there's so many times that it restores, and then you don't expect the spectator to do it, and they do it. It's fantastic. Where do you get your rope?
Can I say that?
Yes, you can. Absolutely.
PenguinMagic.com. I don't
Absolutely.
get it from them.
No, it's fine.
I get it from this kid,
We support everybody.
Baronian Trading Company.
Yeah.
So can we say? I don't. You know.
We can. Yeah, of course.
I don't know. I call him and he sends me a 20 spools.
Yeah, because you go through a lot of rope in
I
your
go
show,
through a lot of
know.
like
Spell it, Nick?
Baronian Baronian Trading Company.
The first thing that shows up.
And what's that?
Google Magician's Rope. You're absolutely right, and you'll get the BTC.
Is that right?
Yeah. It's
Oh,
true.
I didn't know that.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Because
And
he
lots of
called
different
me at
sizes.
one point because I was getting it somewhere else, and he said, "Who do you get your rope from?" And I'm, blah, 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 blah. And he says, "Let me bring you some of my rope." Okay. So and it's good. It's great, and he's got a bunch of different sizes and styles. This is also, I think, from him as well, but it's more expensive, and so I don't use it in the show. But it is nicer, actually. I mean, it's really stark white, and if you're doing it, but I mean, I go through. I mean, and mine is about 12 feet per show that I use, and so 120 feet a week.
yeah.
So I don't spend the money for this. Plus, this is a little thicker, and it makes the ending harder for me for my trick.
Yeah. So this, what is this? This is like a quarter-inch
I don't
kind
know
of a
what
standard.
I don't know.
It seems like it.
Give me
to
some more of that.
'Cause they are
I
asking-
think his name is Danny.
Yeah.
But Danny Baronian. But Danny, just bring me some more of that same stuff. I should mention a couple of things.
the other question.
This is about that trick. But what questions you got?
But the other question is about the scissors.
Oh, yeah,
Is
that's
that
a good
going to
one.
lead you right into
Yes, it
talking
is.
about something? Because I think it's important to talk about this.
Yeah, it is. Well, there's a couple. Yeah. So let me do the thing about the middle restoration is really, I think, cool. I'm just gonna. Okay, I need that and that and that. So this middle restoration, where it's really cut in half, and and it goes back together, I think is really deceptive and really a cool trick. And boom, that's back together. That's a good trick, man. I originally saw John Cornelius do this when I was a teen or 20s, I don't know, 20 years old, something. I don't know. I saw John Cornelius do it at Abbott's when I was a youngster and thought it was really cool, and it fooled me so bad. And I asked him about it, and he said, "Oh, that's I actually got that from Harry Anderson." And I asked Harry Anderson about it, and he says, "No idea. Never done that. Never heard of it." So I don't know where that comes from, but it's really great, and I would, and I still don't know. I mean, I've asked around and tried to, Harry doesn't know. John Cornelius says, I'm pretty sure Harry, so I don't know. So I don't know, but there's that, and then let's see, and the ending. So I had the pleasure that Max Maven was producing a TV series in Japan, or was an advisor on a TV series, and he had me do this trick on there, and Takagi was in the audience, so it was really cool. He got to see that mine, and then I guess later he came up with a variation on his own of his own, where the spectators' ropes went back together too. And if you look in the Magic of Shigeo Takagi, it's something like that. Richard Kaufman put out a Shigeo Takagi book, and so Takagi's routine is in there. With the actual spectator's rope going back together. But it's a different method than this. He basically sets up one and gives it to the person, then he sets up another. And so the scissors. These are old, but still, just take those and cut that in. Just cut a little piece. I mean, it goes through pretty good. And that's important, I think, really important. You can buy crappy scissors, and you see magicians, doing the cut and restored rope, and they're going to cut it, and it's like they're going. It shouldn't be easier to restore the rope than it is to cut it. These are 8-inch dressmaker's shears. And Mundial, There is the
How
brand.
can such small women make dresses if they're only
Yeah,
8 inches?
I know. These tiny little 8-inch women make these shears. So they're called Sarah Sharp, I believe still. Yeah, Sarah, S-E-R-R-A, because one edge, one blade is slightly serrated and one is a knife edge. And you can buy them with both knife edges, but I've done extensive experimentation because one of the things I do in my show is I cut through 8 pieces at once at the end. And so I took in rope to a cutlery store and had them bring me out all their scissors and just tried them. And these are the best. And it's pretty cool the looks you get when you when you bring out a big thing of rope and say, I need to find out what will cut through 8 pieces of this. The easiest. And so these scissors are sharp, which is great, but also a liability. First of all, I mean, I do this trick with 10-year-olds, 12-year-olds, and so I'm scared because I'm holding rope and they're coming at it. So you have to be, if you're using really sharp scissors, you have to be careful. And the rope trick I do in my act is the opening trick, and it's one of the reasons it's the opening trick is because the second trick I do involves a woman from the audience. And like we were talking about earlier, it's really important to me. I'm going to do a card trick with this woman as the second trick, and so she's the first person from the audience on stage, and it's really important to me what that person is like and how she's going to react to this trick. She's up there for about 8 minutes with this card trick, and I'm looking for somebody with a really expressive face and who's really open and you know, because I want these tricks to register on her face and her body language so that it projects that trick to the whole audience. And so I'm doing my rope trick, and I'm not looking at the ropes. I'm looking at the first few rows that I can see and trying to assess these people and pick out the right person. So I'm using that first 5 minutes where I'm doing the rope trick, not just to do the rope trick, but to watch how these women, these people, but particularly the women, because it's going to be a woman for the trick, react to the trick. And so every so often, something bad happens. I have scars, a few, on my hand from cutting myself. And one night, I was in Charlotte, North Carolina. I was traveling with my wife, and at the time she traveled with me. And I was in this hotel. It was in a lounge doing a show. I was there for a week doing shows in this lounge. And the audience was this close. I mean, it was, you know, I was up on just a little platform at the end of the lounge and microphone and just this little box really on the floor and doing the show. And I'm doing the rope trick, and sure enough, beep, that's the sound it made actually. Beep, a little end of my thumb popped off onto the, I snipped off the end of my thumb onto the, and it landed on the table. You know, it was like cocktail tables all around, and you know, it's a nightclub kind of setting, and you know how when you cut yourself, you know, I mean, you put your finger over it, and you go, oh, I hope it's not. Oh, it's not even bleeding, and then whoosh, it's off, and so I'm bleeding, and I'm, you know, a minute into the show, 2 minutes maybe. I don't know whether it was the first cut or the second I cut, but of the rope, but it was one of the first two things. And so I'm bleeding, and I've got my little suitcase of props, and that's all. And remind me to talk about that little suitcase of props if you're doing. Anyway, so I was working. I had been working on a trick that involved Band-Aids. And I thought, maybe I still have some Band-Aids in my suitcase. And I don't, but I have Scotch tape in there. And so I think, well, maybe, you know, well, that's all I got. So I wrap this thing up in Scotch tape, and that doesn't do anything but, like, direct the blood downward, away from the end of my thumb. So So I kind of get through the rest of the rope trick, and it's possible, I don't remember this, but I'm looking back on it, it's possible that, the rope went from really bloody to stark white at the end, but after the switch. But I don't know. I don't remember that. So I say, after I get through the rope trick, I say, normally at this point I would invite a woman up from the audience, but I think tonight it would be better if there were a nurse. Is there a nurse that can help me with the next trick? And well, yeah, I'm a nurse. The woman says, I'm a nurse. And so she comes up and she looks at my thumb and she becomes a nurse. She just takes over. She steps between me and the microphone and she says, there's a bar in the back of the room, and she says, send up your first aid kit and a shot of vodka. And I'm like, I don't like to drink before the show. But she wants me to put my thumb down in this. It's about this big glass of vodka. They bring up a glass of vodka, and I stick it's like water to wine. It's boom, like a trick. And I'm thinking fast. There's a Bloody Mary for you, ma'am. So good. Very happy with that. So she bandages up my thumb, and I do the card trick with her, and I finish up. I had like 45 minutes of show, and everybody leaves, and I go up to the room. My wife is up in the room. She had seen my show plenty, so my wife's up in the room. And how was the show? Well, cut off part of my thumb. And she's like, she doesn't believe me first, because that's just something I would say. Those, you ever see, Mike Close used to use them as a magic wand. You ever see those little hands that were on the ends of pencils? Yeah. You know what I'm talking about, those little rubber hands that are like this big? Like, this is one of the things I did to my wife once. I had 2 of those, and I was in the bedroom, and she was in the bathroom, and I said, could you fill the sink with really hot water? I'll be in there in just a second. So I get those little hands sticking out of my sleeves, and I walk in, and I go, ah! Like that after I stick them down in the hot water. And she starts screaming, too. It was... So, anyway. So she thinks, yeah, you cut your thumb off. No, I really did. Oh, we got to go to the hospital. I know. But I got to do the second show first. So that was a late show. So with my thumb all bandaged up, I go back up to the lounge and get through the second show, and I'm packing up my little suitcase, and I'm on my way out, and this guy is like tugging, Matt King. Yeah, hey. He said, you were great. Oh, thank you very much. And my wife's waiting down at the valet with the car to go to the hospital, see if I need stitches or anything. And Matt King, you were so great. And thank you very much. No, I just want to tell you, I thank you. I just wanted to leave. I love hearing that I'm great. Don't get me wrong. But I really just wanted to leave. And he says, yeah, no, I was here at the first show, and you were so good. I came back to the second show, and I'm a little disappointed that you didn't cut your thumb off. That was the best part. So just gets... oh, you know what? I brought these, actually. So these are the signature series, just to show you. And I don't think they have a price, but signature series, Mundial, lifetime guarantee, 8-inch dressmaker shears, Sarah Sharp, and so that's the deal. So there they are. But I just buy it. You can get them sharpened, but you can get scissors sharpened. But every time I've sent them out to be sharpened, they don't come back as good as they left. So I just throw them away and get new ones. Good?
Yeah, sweet.
All right. So this is like secret preparation. Pardon my butt.
Yeah, sure.
Suppose you walk in to a restaurant, another restaurant, and you're paying at the counter, and they got one of those little charity cans. This is for Jerry Lewis, and your bill is $32.17, and you give them 32, and then they look at you, and you look at them. It's 17 cents, sir. Oh, so you pick up the can and you go. Let's see, here's a quarter. and you give them a quarter, and then they give you, they got to give you, they got to give you 8 cents back. And then you start to put it back, and then you just put it in your pocket. So I don't think any explanation is necessary. You have some coins palmed, and you pick it up. But I will tell you my favorite time I ever did this. Jay Marshall took me to, what was that restaurant down the street from Magic Ink? I don't know. You could walk there. You know what I'm talking
I
about?
remember it was his favorite place, but I can't remember what the name of it was. We went there once. What is it?
Carmen Lounge? Okay, okay.
Yeah, I
so,
think so.
so we go there, and Jay hadn't seen this bit, so we're standing there, and let's see if I can do it. This was an accident that had happened. I had 2 quarters palmed, and I shook, and see if I can get it to happen now. So only one came out. So I still have another quarter. So Jay was laughing at that, and I gave her the woman a quarter, and she says, "You can't do that," and she put it back in the slot. So I go, "I wanted that," and I was so happy. It was so. So that's one of my favorite Jay Marshalls. That's so good.
Now, Mac, I never shared this with you because I love that thing too. I used to do it all the time. All the time. I mean, seriously, I would drive people crazy with that. And I just loved it. It didn't matter what happened because you're just dealing with some change.
It doesn't, yeah.
So
either they get mad or they
sometimes
laugh
they get mad,
or
you put it
whatever,
back
yeah.
in, sometimes they laugh.
Yeah.
But it was also during the time, and I don't even think they make these machines anymore, those automatic change dispensers that had the little dish at the side of them, that your change would roll out into the dish. Do you remember those things?
Yeah,
They
sell them at my grocery, actually.
Good. Well, then you can use this because
Okay,
this was my variation of it because you don't always find those.
No, those are getting scarce.
Yeah, and using
they're clear plastic and they're chained down or
yeah,
whatever.
yeah, and using
they're
cash
more
is
box
scarce
look
too. But you'll love this one. All you do is you finger palm the change and that kind of stuff. You pay them, and then when they ask for the coins, you just bump the machine right above the bucket.
Oh, and let those go.
And just let them go, and they just roll around in there, and it looks like you've knocked it out of their change machine, and then you just pay them.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're quite welcome.
That's good. Great. Anybody else have a variation? All right, let's see. How about a rope trick?
Yeah.
Here's something you don't see every day. A short piece. A medium-sized piece. And a long piece of rope. You don't see this every day unless you're a magician. So a short piece, a medium piece, and a long piece of rope. Let's long, medium, short, and so woo! Look at that.
Nothing.
Nothing. So there's 1, 2. Oh, that's 3. Okay. So let's see. That's 3 equal pieces of rope. See if I can remember this trick. This is a trick I don't do all the time. That ain't right. Oh, this is right. That comes up here, and this comes here, and this goes here, and bam, we have 2 equal pieces of rope. Oh, yeah. Oh, they got a good cut. So let's see. Now I messed it up. So 2 equal pieces of rope. What's better than 2 equal pieces of rope?
3 pieces of
No.
1.
1 piece of rope.
Yeah, 1 equal piece. Let's see if I can. Yeah, there we go. So there's 1 equal piece of rope. So that's just a little variation on the old Professor's Nightmare trick, and a little history on that. Professor's Nightmare, hen fetch, I believe.
Quadruplets.
Yeah, 4 ropes.
Yep.
Yeah, but this variation, my little variation, is based on a thing of Tom Ogden's, and Tom Ogden he had a set of lecture notes called On Stage, and he had a thing called 3-2-1 Nightmare. That was this effect: three pieces of rope become equal, and then those 3 equal pieces become 2 equal pieces, and those pieces restore to 1 piece. Tom's involved gimmicks. I don't want to say which because it's Tom's trick, but it involved gimmicks, magnets. It involved gimmicks. Sorry, Tom. So Tom had this trick, and it was a beautiful magic trick, and I thought, get a shot of that. This is the last rope trick. You don't have to, it's not going to be all rope tricks. You can stay.
They're all running out to buy some rope.
Oh,
right
they're
now.
all buying. So I like rope tricks, and this is a trick I don't do, but it was like a sort of just a mental exercise to figure out how to do Tom's trick that involved gimmicks, get that same effect without gimmicks. And so there's no gimmicks. Wouldn't that be great? This involves screws. This involves 3 pieces of rope, and that's it. And the only thing that you need to do is make sure I can give you the dimensions. These aren't what I'm going to give you, but because this is a little bigger. But here's the proportions. I think I can. See if I can. 9, 20, and 29 inches. So somewhere in there. 10, 20, 30, somewhere in there is good. Because if they're off by that much, it's fine. So there's the short piece, there's the medium piece, there's the long piece, and the opening thing I do is to switch the ends is that. So this little short piece is over your elbow, and I'm going to lay the end of the right hand has the long piece, left hand has the medium piece, short piece draped over my left arm. I'm going to lay that end over, like making another X, and now when I bring this back, I've switched the ends. So what I have here is shit. What I have here is that. Right? So, but that looks like a short piece and a long piece, but it's really the short piece looped through the long piece. And then you put the you throw the medium piece at the front row. Put the medium piece in there as well, and even those ends up. Reach down with your right hand, grab the long piece so it sticks out. Actually, no, that's the wrong trick. It sticks out about that far from your right hand. You grab the medium piece so that the ends are even. Reach up and grab the short piece, which is actually the other end of the long piece. So the short piece is there, looped, and the long piece is there. Anyway, you're stretching that, and so you've just done the Professor's Nightmare. If you don't know that, you should learn it. So you have 3 equal pieces, and then you can do the, I don't know what I did on that switch, but oh, I know what I did. I don't do this enough. Anyway, you got that. I won't bother with that. So you have a medium piece and the short and long loop together. But the gap is concealed behind your left hand. Now you're going to grab one end of the long piece and put it up into the crotch of your left thumb so that it hangs over away from the other 3 ends. And then you're going to grab one end of the medium piece and hold that in your third and pinky fingers. And your thumb and index finger reach up and grab one end of the short piece. And you're going to let go of everything with your left hand, which is this one. You're going to let go of everything except for that one end of the long piece, which is held by your thumb. So everything drops out, and your right hand moves away. And so you have two apparently pretty equal pieces. There we go. That's closer now. So there's that. And again, let's see, just right here, I don't know whether, I just did this instinctively, but I should talk about it for a second. I did that. It's just a weird little thing, but the ropes left my hands for a second. But they didn't, this one certainly didn't. But just that little casualness, it just is enough to convince people that nothing fishy going on. Just that tiny little thing, like you're just adjusting the ropes in your hand a little bit, and you wouldn't be able to do that if this were in fact the case. Now you're going to do that same John Cornelius, Harry Anderson thing that I really still don't know where you're tying that short piece around there. So it's just the restoration that we talked about earlier, the second phase of that other trick. You're like that. That slides off. Boom. One equal piece. And that's the end. Good?
Yeah, great.
All right, I'm out of tricks. No, I got plenty more tricks. I got a lot more tricks. Boy.
Where do you get this rope?
You get that rope
That's
from the same place.
same guy. I just don't, I have some of it, but I don't use it every day. But it's just for tricks that you don't go through the rope.
Yeah, stuff where you're not cutting it up a lot.
This is better because it is a lot wider. It does show up on stage better, and not much difference, but just this does look richer than that. That's all. But I don't care. Tell me your name.
Ellie.
Ellie. Oh yeah, we talked about that. So Ellie, do you know anything about the poisonous insects of North America? By noted entomologist Mac King. Scorpions. Have you ever seen a scorpion?
I've actually not seen a
Really?
scorpion, no.
Oh, there, yeah.
I'm lucky.
So here's the little blurb. Beware the scorpion moth. Watch out for the hornet. If you just got stung, you'll want to know what it is you're about to die from. In this illustrated guide, Mac King takes you on a tour of the most unpleasant ways to die in the desert. So you've never seen a scorpion?
No.
Scorpion moth?
No.
Oh, they're like scorpions, but with wings. Yeah, it's like everybody's nightmare. And here's a picture. Oh! So there's the scorpion moth. So my buddy Pete Studebaker, exactly. Somebody went for the people in the back. That's somebody who knows Pete. He's one of my best friends, and so these wind-up things are probably been around for a little while. But Pete is the one who came up with the scorpion moth idea and the whole little spiel, and he actually sells them. And he thought you can get them on penguinmagic.com. He thought he would sell more of them if he put Mac King's scorpion moth on there. But then on there's instructions, it says the scorpion moth by Mac King and Peter Studebaker. But it's really Pete's idea. But it's just, if you buy one, you get a couple of moths, and you get this book cover that you can either fold up or cut out and put on any book. And it's very funny. And I don't sell them. I think Pete sells them, and I think Penguin. I looked on there to see if they did, and they have them on their website. So, any questions on that? That's just it's so I do that at kid shows too. Because it's more portable than a bear. All right, James, have a seat. Suppose you're at a restaurant, and magician comes over. Let's see if I can do this. And he's going to do a little trick for you. Here's a coin. Put it in the. Oh, let's see. Let's get a good shot of that. All right, coin goes in there, and oh, it disappears. And oh, James, it's right behind your ear. And for holding on to my coin, I have a little gift for you. You get one of these drinks. Oh. The cool thing is, that's the exact drink he wants. Because it's his. So years ago, Paul Harris put out a book, I believe Close Encounters, Close-Up Encounters. No, maybe that's not it. Close-Up Entertainer. I believe that's right. I should look up the source. But anyway, in there's a trick by Gary Darwin that he calls King Solomon's Drink. And it was a production of a mug of beer. And you're carrying this mug of beer in your back pocket. And the book, For Your Entertainment Pleasure, that was the name of the book. For Your Entertainment Pleasure, Paul Harris, Gary Darwin's trick, King Solomon's Drink. You got an open mug of beer in your back pocket. Which is always good. But the trick is great, and at that time I was doing a two-person magic show. I was like 17, 18 years old when that book came out, and I was doing a two-person magic show with what's his name?
Well, he's got a funny first name. His last name was Bird.
Oh yeah,
Bird?
Burton.
Burton. And
Yeah,
his first
Nathan
name's kinda
Burton.
funny.
And I
Nate,
did a
was it
sh-
Nathan? Nathan?
No, Lance Burton.
That's the guy. That's the guy.
Lance Burton.
Yeah.
Lance Burton and I were doing a two-person show in the hills of Kentucky, a place called Tombstone Junction. And so we did 3 shows a day, 7 days a week, sometimes as many as 6 shows, depending on how busy the park was. And then we lived in a house trailer on the grounds of the park. And the park closed at like 6, 7 o'clock. So it was in the middle of nowhere, Cumberland Falls State Park, Kentucky. And it was I was there for 5. Lance and I were there together for 3 summers, and then he went on the Tonight Show, and then I went back to Tombstone.
But during the time that you two were working together, you had top billing.
Yeah, it was the Mac and Lance show. That's true. I still have a T-shirt. So there was nothing to do at night. You know, we would go to the lodge at the park and try to meet girls, and but we also had access to our theater, and so it was just fantastic. So we could go in and work on our shows every night, and we did. But we would also, we would invite girls back to our trailer, and like the idiots that we were, we'd do tricks for them. So I read this trick, this King Solomon's Drink, Gary's trick, and did it for Lance and some other people, and Lance was like, that fooled me. Where'd that beer come from? It was a good trick. And so I showed him that trick, and he came up with this. So this is not actually my trick. This is Lance's variation on Gary's trick. And all you're doing is you've got a handkerchief of some sort, and you're doing some coin vanish, and it disappears. And so the coin's in your hand, and you reach across to somebody at the table, and as you're reaching, you just pick up their drink off the table. So you pull the coin out from behind their ear, and you say, "You've been very nice. I want to get you something." "Oh, look at that!" And you just put you produce the coin, you put it under there, and you come up like that with the glass sitting on the thing, and you give them the drink, and they're happy because that's just what they would want. So let's see. There's a couple of things about this. It really does fool people. You have to try it to experience how good this is, because there's no, it's a full drink production with no body. You can do this naked, which is great in a restaurant. But a couple little things about it. Let's see. Normally, when I would do it, if I was doing it and there were 3 or 4 people here, I would do it to the person directly on my left, and I would come across. No, that's not right. I'd do it on this to this guy, and I would come behind him and pick it up so that this cloth is between the other 3 people. Vision, so they don't see me pick it up. So there's people sitting around here, and I would do it to this person and come back, and then you want to step away from the table when you produce the drink. So there's that. Let's see. So Lance came up with that, and it's a great trick, and then I came up with a slight variation on that. So here, step over here. Suppose you're at a cocktail party, and people aren't sitting, they're standing. And drinking and talking, and they're saying, "Well, I heard there's a magician here at the cocktail party, and hope he doesn't come over here." And so here, step over on this side, actually. So you do the same thing. So you make the coin disappear, and you say, "Oh, let me see. Oh, give me that," you say to them. And then you produce the drink. And that fools you don't want to do this for just one person. Because that guy's not as fooled as you would think. But the 3 or 4 other people standing around really are fooled. And so it's one of those double speak things. You say, "Give me that," to that guy, but everybody else thinks you're talking about your coin. But he knows, because you're tugging on his drink. You say, "Give me that," and then you produce his drink, and whoa, that's for you. So there's a couple of things about this variation. Sometimes they'll hold on to that drink. So try to hold on to your drink, sir. So you go, "Give me that." Now you don't produce the coin until you have the drink. And so what you say, "Give me that." Now, could you see that I was stepping on his toe? No, you can't see that I was stepping on his toe. So that's one little variation. Here's a tricky variation. If you do this enough, you'll run into a lot of things, and if you do walk around, then you know I don't do it very much, and I'm as nervous about walk around now as I am for this lecture. I mean, I don't do it very much, so I'm out of practice. But one of the things I did learn is that is not an obstacle, because you can reach over and bend that straw down when you take it, and then you get a little bonus effect too, because the first thing that happens is, boop, straw pops up, and then you produce the drink, and that's pretty cool too. So that's the drink production. Thank you very much.
Hey, before we move on to anything else,
Yeah,
can we
good.
take a close up of this
The moth?
The moth, yes. I
do
don't think I got to see it.
Oh yeah. So I mean, it's
if
not.
they're
It's
watching
just
from home.
it's a butterfly, but I didn't wind. Rewind it like 35 times, but it flutters away, and called scorpion moth.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Yeah. I don't know how I got paper in my mouth. All right.
I got a question.
Yeah.
Did you ever do it to a person who was really, really drunk and they were also fooled?
I don't remember that ever happening. You would think that would happen, right?
Hello? I got it.
What the? How did? I swear I was holding that. I don't remember that ever happening. No. All right. Well, I'm winding down on tricks. I got like a couple more. Let's see here. See if I can do this. See if I remember how to do this. Oh crap. No. Secret stuff. Don't remember where I put it. Gonna have to make another one. Impromptu. Talk, Dan.
Yeah,
I messed that one up.
I'm supposed to cover you.
Yeah, you
forgetting
cover
to,
up.
to do the thing.
Yeah.
All right.
Where would I put that thing?
Wait, it's not this one, is it?
Is it red?
Is it right down there?
Nope, that's a busted one.
Busted one.
Oh, here it is.
All right.
Well done, Dan.
Yeah, thanks. two consummate professionals, aren't we?
So here's a trick that you're sitting with your in-laws, and so you say, uh-oh, and you reach up to your nose, and you go, uh-oh. See if I can, oh, there's a, oh. Put that in their drink. So that's good. No explanation necessary, really.
Yeah, just shove a straw in your
Just
skull.
shove
and
a
you're good.
straw in your hole. So the preparation is you push the paper down. Let's see. These particular straws have quite a bit of excess paper. So I'm going to push it down, the excess paper there, and now I'm going to push this down. And there's a seam here, and that's what I did over there. I was trying to do it too fast, and I busted that seam while I'm pushing this down. You don't want that to happen. So you're just kind of, you know how to make those like straw worms that you put water on and they wiggle around? You're making one of those. So you have like a hollow tube. You see in there? So it's still, open in the middle. And then you also have a straw in your lap with a paper on it. And this is concealed behind your fingers with your thumb ready to shove it up your nose. So you're going to put this whole piece of paper in your nose under the guise of pulling it out. So now the whole thing is in your nose, but you're grabbing the end and pull, and because of the nature of this, it will usually accordion out, still three-dimensional. So you're pulling out an entire straw, and as you're doing this, this hand down here is getting ready to flip this straw into view. So you come all the way down, and then put that in your father-in-law's drink.
If they don't do anything else from the lecture, that's the one to take away. That's the biggie.
That's the one I'm most proud of. More secret stuff. So yeah, that's good. You just have a little piece of straw. You can bite this off if you're really strong. And you can walk around with that in your cheek like a fish.
It doesn't move as much as it
No,
does,
it doesn't. Yeah. When you're ready, you stand it up just behind your teeth, like that. But you keep your lips closed. which is hard to do and talk. And this hand is going to shove it. Let me get straight on here. Or backwards. So you're going to, this hand, yeah. So your right hand is going to shove this against your chin and just push it up like that, and the straw goes behind your hand. But at the same time, you open your mouth and go, ah! That ah part is very essential. Oh. Oh! That's all. So that's actually Kevin James gave me that for tricks with your head. That's not my trick, but he gave me that for that. And you can, there's a slightless version too. You can do it with a straw in a cup. But then there's no way to get the straw back up. But, so, that's all. All right. Now that we're all on, we're just doing sight gags. I've got so many tricks I'm really proud of, and this is what I'll be remembered for. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, see that? Got something stuck in my eye. Have you seen this? You don't see anything in there? Oh, I'll get it. Oh, no! Oh! So that's one of these creamers, of course. Crap. I still have another long trick to do.
Yeah, some up there too.
Really? I can't really see it.
See it?
Will you do that? I got a little on here too. Ay, ay, ay. So yes, like I said, I have lots of tricks that I'm really proud of, and I'm certain that 100 years from now, oh yeah, Matt King, that guy with a fork in the eye. So I'm very proud.
I love that one.
That's
by the
yeah.
way.
You know, I mean, when I came up with that, it was, I don't know how 90 somewhere in there.
Yeah.
So 25 years ago.
Yeah.
It was revolutionary, and now it's everywhere. So
Any cautionary tales about sticking a fork in one's
just be
eye?
careful. You have an eye and a fork in proximity. You know, I mean, it's possible. I haven't heard of any horrible accidents, but I'm sure it's possible to stick a fork in your. You have heard of accidents?
I've done it to myself.
No, you have
I
not.
have too. It was a really thin coffee creamer, and I had a butter knife, and because the fork would catch it, but I went a little too hard to scare a waitress, and I poked myself because I closed my eye. That helped.
Well, dude.
I went a little right here, and I went, oh, that's.
Well, you know, but yes. All right.
The cool part was. But here's the cool part.
No, that's not cool.
No. In retrospect, because I poked right through the coffee creamer, my hand slid down the knife, so it looked like there was nothing in my hand. So it looked like it was.
Oh, that is pretty cool, actually. That actually is pretty cool. So I've seen people do it, and Penn and Teller put it in something, how to play with your food,
yeah.
and they do it like they have you doing it like this, like that, and that's stupid, because you can do what you did. I never ever, I'm holding it like this with the creamer, with the foil part down, not out, down. And I come up like this, and I'm poking up. The fork's not anywhere near my eyeball. So I can't accidentally shove it through the thing and into my head. I mean, it's so.
I've done worse to myself.
Yeah, well, we all have. So don't do this. Do that. And, you can do this, and you can mess it up. And you got a second chance. But it's not worth it. Let's see. James.
Yep.
Want to see a trick? Let's see. Woo! It's James! Honestly, I don't know if I can do this. I'm covered with butter and cream. And it's not even cream. It's like that Coffee Mate crap. Anyway, we'll see.
There's some napkins here.
Are there more?
Yeah,
Oh,
a few more.
Whose theater is this? Oh, now there's black lint all over me. Good. All right. James.
Yep.
Pick a card. What was that? Oh, that's a different guy. Write your name on there. I'll take this. That way, suppose she.
You're so used to that, aren't you?
I've done that a couple times with a woman. Yeah. So, show everybody your card. And let's see, set it back. You'll recognize that. Little visible pass for you. That's what I like to call it. Your card, James, just jumped into my jacket pocket. Yes, that was it. All right, I guess it would be better if I showed you it really was the two of spades with a big James on it. And it is. It flew through the air. Landed in my pocket, but invisibly. Don't leave, James. Put your finger on the edge of the card there. Push him in the deck there on the count. Yeah, 3, good, perfect. And this time I'm going to... What happened? Oh, there it is. This time I'm going to make it twice as difficult. Your card is going to jump again, but I'm going to put a rubber band around the deck. That makes it, actually, that makes it 4 times as difficult if I put it around there twice. Would you be surprised if it's jumped into my pocket, James?
Yes.
Yeah, reach in there, let's see. Show everybody your card with your name on it. It did work. That is his. One more time, James. Your card goes in the center of the deck. I snap my finger. Oh, wait, the deck is gone. What? When you reach in my pocket, James, this was the only card in there, right?
Yep.
Yeah, no, that's a whole deck, my friend. Ah. So, the first part of this is just Francis Carlisle's homing card from Stars of Magic. If you don't have that, that's the next one. And I'll go through that really quick. I do that in my act a little bit differently, but basically it's the same trick. And I was looking for a method for the entire deck to vanish and appear in my pocket. And another little thing about coming up with magic tricks or methods. I mean, magic is really just problem solving. And so, you know, you've got some effect. That's one way to do it, is you have an effect that you want to achieve, and you figure out a way to do that. And it certainly helps. The more knowledge you have, the better it is. And so knowledge comes, you know, from your friends or from books or videos or whatever. But the more magic you study, even if it's not something you're going to do. I mean, like one of my favorite books, I used to do that cigarette trick. But one of my favorite books is the Encyclopedia of Cigarette Magic, Keith Clark. And I never did any trick in that book, but it's a great read, and there's just thoughts and ideas and about structuring magic acts, and it's really great book. And so the more knowledge you have, the better. Like, for instance, one of the methods I initially thought of for having this deck vanish from my left hand and appear in my right jacket pocket, if you've read Bobo's Coin Magic, there's a coin vanish or a coin traveling trick where a coin vanishes from your left hand and appears in your right jacket pocket, landing in a glass so that the audience hears it land. And the method is you drop that coin in your upper breast pocket, and there's a chute that goes down to the bottom of your pocket, around your back, and into your pocket over here, and you tuck that little tail of that chute into the glass. So you secretly transfer the coin here, and you say it's going to travel. And when you come across here, you drop the coin in your pocket, and it does in fact travel. But it turns out a deck of cards traveling through a cloth chute is a lot harder than a coin. So, but that made me think, okay, maybe, what if I did the cards to this pocket, and I just had a cloth chute that went from here down into this pocket, so I could just drop the cards in here. But then it's like, it was weird, but it got me thinking about where my hands are in relationship to each other. So we'll go through the first part, and then I'll talk about the deck vanish and traveling, because it is the same deck that lands over here. That's another method I considered, was a duplicate deck, but this is all one deck, and you don't need anything except for a jacket and a deck of cards and a rubber band. So the first part, somebody picks a card, you control it to the top of the deck. Oh, before you do that, you have to have one card back out in your right jacket pocket. And you need a rubber band, deck of cards. Somebody writes their name on a card. You control it to the top. I did that. Whoa! Terrible pass. So you do that. You show your hand empty. You reach in and you pull this card out, back out. You say, yeah, that was it. A little chuckle. Your hands come together for a brief instant, and you palm the top card. So then you say, oh, I guess it'd be more impressive if I showed you it really was your card, and you pull that palmed card out. So I'll do that slow. So you've controlled it to the top. You do it. Yes, that was it. Chuckle, palm, reach in. I guess it would be more impressive if I showed you it really was your card with your name on it. So that's the first travel. The second travel, they're applauding on this first travel. So it's gone to your pocket, you show it around, and you say, your card flew from the deck into my jacket pocket, and you put that card in your pocket, and you come out with that first card. So you leave the signed card in there. So you're showing this, you say, there it is, the first time it flew, your card flew from the deck into my pocket, and then you bring out the unsigned card, leaving the signed card in your pocket. It's getting confusing? You look confused. So that unsigned card goes in the deck. You're way ahead. The card's already here. So you're going to make it twice as difficult by putting the rubber band around the deck. I don't need those. But you're not putting it around the entire deck. You're putting it around all of the deck except for the bottom card. So you bust off a big giant break, but the cards are away from you like that, so they can't see that you're only putting it around every card except for the bottom card. So from the side, from all around, it looks the same, as long as you don't show them that there's no rubber band across there. But from all around, that looks like a rubber banded deck. So now you give it the little flick. This is the second travel. He's going to reach in there, and when he reaches in there, check it out. Your hand, this deck of cards, and your sleeve are right together. So I'm just shoving this deck into my sleeve, the entire deck, except for that card. But his body and all their attention is here. So all attention is here, and his body also blocks that, because you reach in there. And so when you reach in there, my hand is behind you. All attention is there. Did you pull it out?
It's in your sleeve.
Oh. I fooled myself. So he reaches in there, pulls that out as you do this. You're shoving that in there. So he shows the card. You pretty quickly take that card from him and show it to the audience for two reasons. You are misdirecting attention from this, because it's not a deck with a rubber band around it. It's just a single loose card. And you're keeping this hand elevated so that the deck doesn't drop out of your sleeve. So it serves many purposes. So your all attention is here, not here. And you say, we're going to do it one more time. Your card goes in the center of the deck, and you're just putting that card under that one other card. So your thumb is kind of covering where the rubber band would be. So it's this, your card goes in there pretty quickly because this is pretty deadly. You snap your fingers, again you're keeping this hand up in the air so that the deck doesn't drop out. You snap your fingers, you reach down and grab this, pop that card, those two cards over as one, show them. Your hand is empty, except for that. Now you call attention over here to this card. You say, when you reach in my pocket, this was the only card here, and this hand drops down to your side, and the deck drops into your curled fingers. This was the only card in there, correct?
Yep.
Now you reach in your pocket, let that deck fully drop to the bottom of your pocket, pull it out at your fingertips, and the deck is there. And just the last little thing on that, then I put this deck on here and pull the rubber band off so that you're adding those two cards back, and now it's a regular deck, and except for the signed card. Thank you very much. Now, I'm just going to look real quick because I think there was something I wanted to talk about on this trick. And maybe it was just talking about the different solutions, Keith Clark, blah, blah, blah. I made notes. I know it seems crazy. Okay, that's it. Any questions on that? Any questions on that? That's like the last trick in the
lecture proper,
tricks,
right?
lecture proper.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Cool.
Do you ever have
We got a question.
issue with the rubber band grabbing the lining of your coat and not coming out easily?
Is there ever
No,
an issue with the rubber band getting stuck in your sleeve? You know.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about, but no. Initially, the first thought I had was just to do it without the rubber band and just shove the whole deck in there. But that works, but it's iffy because I mean they get all loose. But no, I haven't ever had and every so often this is a pretty tight jacket. The sleeves are pretty tight, and every so often you'll have to. I mean, once it's in there, it won't drop out. But it's not the rubber band issue. It's just that the sleeves are a little tight. But you can feel it. I mean, it's not dropping out now. But when you're looking here, you can give this a little, if you have to get it to drop out. But that's all.
I have another question about sleeving.
I don't know anything about it.
Somebody told me you have a very interesting sleeving technique you came up with on your own because you haven't seen it before, where you like throw it in. Is that you? Somebody told me?
No, I don't. No, I don't do any sleeving. I mean, not really. I mean, I have a lot of crap that comes out of my sleeves, but this is the only sleeving I do, and that's not. I don't count that as sleeving because you're just putting it in there. Right. So, no, I don't have any. That wasn't me. Yeah, that was Harry Anderson. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Is that what you're talking about? I mean,
yeah. Somebody told me about that where you.
I just boom. But
Yeah,
that's that's not me. I mean, that's just sleeving, right? I don't know. I don't do it. So that's just me fiddling. I hate to end on fiddling.
No, don't even worry about it because we're not ending. All we're going to do right now is get a big round of applause for Matt King for everything that he planned for today. Yes, and keep that applause going because I am going to move over here to the messy table. Come on over to the messy table. Thanks. Just in case somebody else tweets something else in that we need to be aware of, and we're just going to talk. We're just going to chat for a while. Yeah, it's going to be fun. We're going to hang out.
Hey, I
Okay.
have weaponry.
Good. I'm ready. I'm prepared. Hopefully it won't come to that.
All right.
But I got lots of things that I want to talk about. But before I even do, let's see if anybody has any general questions because part of having you here. Part of this experience isn't just learning new tricks, you know. But and I use that word specifically because you have tons of experience performing shows in front of live audiences and being paid for it, and making your way up through the ranks to have your own show on a regular basis here in beautiful Las Vegas. So a lot of people wish for that to happen. You know?
Yes. Well,
and some people even write to you and say, how do I make that happen? Right? Right? Yeah. So, I mean, even before we open up the floor here for other questions, why don't we just very quickly explain to everybody how to get your own show in Las Vegas. Yeah, you ready? Let's tell them all.
ready.
Tell them the secret. What's the secret?
Well, you know the secret.
I do.
I mean, there's no secret. I mean, I do get emails all the time. I'm thinking about moving to Las Vegas, and I wanted your opinion. What tricks do you think I should do in my show if I was going to have a show on the Strip? Dude, you don't have a show? You got to have a show, and you got to have done that show thousands, not hundreds of times, not even 1,000 times, 10,000.
Yeah.
At least.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just crazy how many shows. Think about the people who've done the most shows. David Copperfield's done the most shows, I'm guessing. Next is probably Lance. Because when he was at the Monte Carlo, before he was at the Monte Carlo, at the Tropicana, that was 2 shows a night, 7 nights a week for 9 years without a day off.
Yep. No, say it again.
Yeah, I mean, it's
right?
crazy.
Say it again.
2 shows a night, 7 nights a week, 9 years without a day off.
Yeah.
That's like a lot.
Right? It's a lot.
Yeah, and Penn and Teller, probably next.
Yeah.
I might be 4th. I don't know who's Amazing Jonathan. There's a few people
Sure.
that would qualify, in contention. But I mean, the people that are the most successful, have the most,
are the most eloquent.
talking, yeah. The people that have the most success are the ones that have done the most shows.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a simple formula. It's really easy.
Yeah.
But no one goes, no, but I mean, really, what about the tricks? Just do some tricks in front of people. A bunch.
And then get better at it. And
Yeah.
then get really good at it. And then do it as often as you can. And then do it more.
And that's all there is.
Yeah.
That's all there is. I mean, there's no secret. I mean, it's like, this guy, well, what about, email? I just answered a guy's email saying, he said, well, what about, maybe investors and, what about my promotional material? And I go, until you got a show, all you're promoting
what
is
are
a
you promoting?
crappy show.
Yeah. Yeah, what are you
don't wanna
promoting?
do that.
What are people investing in?
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, it's just, I guess it does in fact happen. Every so often, somebody gets somebody to put money into a show,
It typically does not go well.
but it typically doesn't go well.
Yeah. Yeah. Occasionally, the production value will override the quality of the show,
Yeah,
and the
and
show
it'll
will
last
make
for a
some
little
money
while or
a little
something,
while.
yeah.
Yeah. But usually you got to come in already having earned.
Yeah,
that
and it's
that
hard
spot.
because you got to find a spot. That's the hard part, is finding spots. When I started, I was, we did this amusement park, and I did, when I was in college, every summer. I would go do 3 shows a day, sometimes 6 or 7. And on Sundays, it was 7 or 8 shows, and part of that was opening for Conway Twitty, and there was all these country music. Barbara Mandrell would come through there, and every Sunday was a different big country act, and so we would open for them too. And so that was like a few thousand people. And the little saloon, they called it, where we were every day, the other 6 days, sat like 100 people at chairs, and the people were eating hamburgers and drinking Cokes and watching the magic show in the saloon.
Now, when you guys were doing that, were you working on your own material? You weren't like doing things that you were required to do, or was it a mixture of?
No,
of
we
both?
didn't have any requirements.
No, that's
it
really
was
nice,
us. It was just whatever
because sometimes
we did.
in the theme
there
park
was none of-
environment.
No, we didn't have to wear a big, head. or
Yeah,
anything like that.
right.
No, none of that. It was just, we came in with a show. We came in and auditioned because, I'll tell you, the only other job I've ever had, I've been really lucky. The only other job I ever had was in the summer. I was a chef in a really fancy restaurant. I really like to cook. And if I wasn't doing magic, that's what I would do, probably. But I was working in this kitchen and doing prep work for the night, and phone call comes, and is there a magician who works there? Somebody answers it. Yeah.
Maybe. There's this guy that does tricks.
Somebody wants to talk to you. Yeah? Yeah, you a magician? Yeah. Did you ever work at Max and Irma's? And I'd done some close-up. There's this restaurant chain called Max and Irma's, and I'd done some close-up there. And yeah? He says, my name's Rick Stevens, and I have this amusement park, Tombstone Junction in Cumberland Falls. And, I heard you guys, I heard you had a magic show, and I heard you were good, and I'd love to have you come audition. Can you come tomorrow? Yeah, can I bring my buddy? I don't care. So I called Lance and said, hey, tomorrow you want to drive down to Cumberland Falls and do an audition? Sure. We're like 17, 18. Yeah. We didn't have any money. So I got off work from the restaurant. We drove down there, and we did a show. You know, just in regular schedule of their show. Just you boys, and so the owner came in and watched the show and came back, and he said, all right, yeah, can you start tomorrow? Yeah. So we started tomorrow, and we drove back home.
But you quit your job of the
quit my job in
right?
the restaurant.
Yeah.
Called, went back in that night, actually, and said, tonight's my last night.
I'm going to do magic tricks in Cumberland Falls.
So we went down and we worked the rest of that summer, and they'd fired somebody. So
so that's what the slot opened up.
Yeah, slot opened up, and so we worked there and did 3 shows. And
now this brings up something, and I tell this to people too. If you're looking to do a show, if you're looking to
better yourself
as a performer, be ready. Be ready for any opportunity.
Well, there's that too. Yeah.
Because that's the thing. You guys were ready. You can't go in. The guy can't say, "Can you do it tomorrow?" And then you're like, "Oh, well, I've never even thought about doing a show." How are you going to do that?
Well, and we had done a number of shows together, and I have to say, the reason Lance Burton is Lance Burton is that we would go to open mic nights, and he would stand up. It's almost surrounded in crappy places with no lighting and whatever, and do card manipulations and do his dove act. I've seen him set it up in people's living rooms and set up. Just anywhere he would do it, and because that wasn't his goal. That was just a stepping stone, and
No, but that's the thing. Same thing for you and him, I think, and for anybody that achieves any success. You don't hope to live your dream. You start living your dream. He knew he wasn't a big Vegas star, but he knew he wanted to do that act as many places and as big as possible.
And he would just never say no.
Yeah. Right.
It's like, that's not the right environment for this act. I saw him. We worked in a strip club too for quite a long time, and. And I always did horrible. I never, maybe...
Your body's not as good as his.
Well, that's right. Oh my God, talk about a fantastic job for a 19-year-old boy. Oh my God, sharing a dressing room. Was strip, I didn't care about the show at all. It was worth it to go out and just die every night, a couple of times, But fantastic. But we did it, and and I saw him. This is a redneck strip club too, where we worked. Near an army base, in the crappy part of town, and and he worked there. I went away to college, and so but Lance went to University of Louisville. So at night, he would go into the strip club every night, almost every night, and do his act a couple, 3 times. And, and I've seen him, go from, turn those jerks, screaming, yelling, booing, to a standing ovation in a strip club for, 19-year-old guy, magician, guy. It's the greatest magic show ever, I think, that Bird act. Anyway, I was really lucky to learn a lot from him. But one of the things that we did, that I meant to talk about with restaurants, this was, just doing shows. We would go out to dinner, he and I. We'd have dinner. I would walk up to some stranger's table and point at Lance. He'd be sitting back at the table, and I'd say, "See that guy over there? Yeah. He bet me $5 that you wouldn't sit through 3 magic tricks." And so, I'm a nice guy.
Sure.
Young, and, this was like TGI Fridays or whatever, different restaurants, nothing really fancy. But he would say, nobody's going to say no.
Right. And these aren't places that you're booked. You're just
no,
going
we're not
out.
booked at all.
Yeah.
We paid for, we had dinner, And then I would walk up and I would do my 3 tricks, and then he would walk up, and believe me, he would walk up carrying a vanishing bird cage. And I'd say, "You owe me $5," and he would go, "All right," and make the cage disappear and give me $5, and then he would do a trick or two, and then then somebody over here goes, "Do that trick for my," and so then, and now the manager was coming out and saying, so we got a couple of jobs like that actually from different restaurants, and
And plus, if they have any problem with it, it's like, no, I was just betting my friend if he could do some magic, and then you're like,
what do you do?
No problem, we'll just go.
No, we pay our check and leave. It's nothing.
Right.
But it's just experience doing tricks in front of people, and open mic nights. When I started in college, when I was in college, and there was one comedy club that had just kind of started opening in Minneapolis, and Mickey Finn's, and Louis Anderson was there, and Jeff Gerbino, and Louis is the most famous one to come out of there. But this little club, and I was doing the Belgian guy, walking in and doing that thing. But I went once a week, and got $20 or whatever, but there were also amateur nights all around, and I would enter contests and just doing my act in front of people, and then. Working in a magic shop too. I did that in high school, and that's just it's hard to do now because there aren't as many.
Right.
But every town used to have a magic shop, and it was just a great way to get. I'd do an invisible deck.
Well, apparently,
80 times a day.
Apparently, as much as I hate to suggest this, I suggest this to guys that do know what they're doing but can't find a place to do it. As much as it pains me to say it, the modern way to showcase is to give your friend a camera and go out on the street and find somebody and perform your stuff for them. Pop that on YouTube and see what happens. And if you're any good at all, somebody will take notice.
Yeah,
Right? I hate to say it because there's a lot of bad stuff that happens that way too.
I don't think you need to pop it on YouTube quite yet.
Fair enough.
I think you can have your friend record it, and you can go watch it and go
and go. Is it
that
good
looked
enough?
That looked like shit.
I'm with you.
You give it a couple of times anyway.
Right,
you get
right.
better at it. But you can walk up to 50 people in an afternoon. We would. There was a beer garden down on the river in Louisville, and we would go and just stand up on a picnic table. We'd go get something to eat and stand up on the picnic table and do a show. And then, sometimes we got in trouble, and sometimes they brought us beer. Just anywhere. I'm just nutty that the places. But I would. And when I started doing this thing at Mickey Finn's, and there's this guy Tom Sobel. Shimshi, don't act like you have to do a show.
You gotta go.
Hey, when's your penguin lecture?
It's coming up. Shimshi's in the audience, and it's coming up real soon.
What, 2 weeks?
2 weeks.
Rope tricks.
So I started doing these clubs. And then I moved back to Kentucky after school, after I got out of college, and I was doing these things at Tombstone Junction, and then this guy, Tom Sobel, started, he was in Louisville. I was really lucky there. Tom started, before this, comedy was in Chicago and New York and L.A., and, right about that time, the 80 or so, comedy clubs or bars would start having comedy night.
And it was really at the beginning when it was starting to explode everywhere.
Yeah. And this guy Tom Sobel was like at the head of that. In the Midwest, he had these one-nighters or weekends all through southern Indiana and Ohio and Kentucky and Tennessee and Missouri, and so I got in on the kind of the ground floor of that. So I had Tombstone Junction to be bad. That's not going to floor my future career. Nobody there is going to go, well, yeah, I saw Matt King and he's terrible, so nothing's ever going to happen for me there. And then when I was started doing these comedy clubs, I was lucky enough that because of Tombstone Junction, I already had about 30 minutes of material. So I didn't go into the comedy clubs as an opening act, but I went in as a middle act. So, but I wasn't the headliner at that point. So the burden of the show being great wasn't on me. It was on the headliner. So
Sure.
I mean, so that was fantastic. So I could really experiment, and it was a novelty. But I also, it was such a great training ground to watch how much these guys worked on their act, and how hard they worked on their act, and how much effort they put into making it original, and how, these guys all either recorded every show, and then they would spend the next day listening and writing and making notes about what they've done. And, most magicians just don't bother.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's a lot of work and editing and deciding what makes it and what doesn't make it. And somebody actually wrote in talking about what material makes the cut. How do you determine what makes the cut? And they were specifically asking if the airplane was still in, or if you're, what happened with that.
Throwing the thing out.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not in the show right now. That's a hard thing for me. I hadn't done that in a while. I still do it when I do. Time constraint it's hard for me. So
Because I think you're currently working on paring it down even. Like you almost have too much stuff for the show.
Yeah, I do.
Right?
And so it's hard for me to take out something, because I have over the years developed this show instead of a series of tricks. Over the years, watching comedians structure the way they structure their show, it was a really great, instructional proving ground for me. Just being able to sit in the back and watch these guys and the way they structured their acts with the callbacks and everything. And so I get to sit back and observe that. And so my act is like that. So many if I take out, for instance, if I take out the rope trick and put in a different opening trick, now when I bring out the earthworm and I say it has two ends and a center, that's no good. And if I show a guy's dollar and I say it has two ends and a center, no good. And then if I take out the card trick where the stuff comes out of my pants, later stuff comes out of my pants, and that introduces the Fig Newtons into the show. And later when Fig Newtons come back into the show, it's like, if I haven't done that trick, then that later trick doesn't make any sense. And so,
And this is the thing. You've gotten yourself into this position
I know.
with a
I'm so happy.
multi-layered show that has these callbacks and has
No,
these
and
references where you can say the same thing about something, and you get a great laugh, a solid laugh. Well, there's only one other place it could be. Right?
Yeah, right.
These are solid things. How does that develop? Let's just switch gears and say, how do you get into that position?
That's just me thinking.
Right.
And also
Constantly
listening.
re-examining the act.
Yeah, and when I'm putting something new, like for instance, somebody, Todd Robbins, one of the first times I did the Cloak of Invisibility was at Monday Night Magic in New York. And so I do this Cloak of Invisibility trick, and then later in the show, the cloak that makes me invisible is just laying on the floor. This is not going to make any sense if you haven't seen the show. So sorry.
But it better make you want to see it.
Yeah. So the cloak is laying there, and now later in the show, the guy's money's burnt up. And so at Monday Night Magic was the first time where I'm gonna pack up my suitcase and walk off stage as if I'm just
because that's what you've always done.
That's what I've always done, is
right,
packed up my
yes.
suitcase and walked off
Yeah.
stage after
Yeah.
the guy's money's burnt. But I see that cloak and I'm going, well, shit.
Yeah, why wouldn't I just...
I'm going to put that cloak on to make myself invisible at this point. So, that was like the third or fourth time I did it. And he's like, after the show, he's like, how many times have you done that? That's like the third time for the trick, but the first time for the
that.
cloak. And the callback. And he's just like, only 3 shows and you already got the callback? That's pretty good. So I was really...
But this is the thing, okay, because, and I think that the guys have to hear this. When you become
I don't think anybody has to hear anything.
They have. I think they do for this.
All
When you work your material so much that you become so confident in your material that it allows you to think on stage.
There's that.
Something else.
That's the other big
Right?
thing too. If you're only doing a show every 6 weeks, then all you're thinking about is, did I get that card in my pocket without them seeing? Am I able? You're only thinking about the method, really, and not getting caught. You don't have time. You don't have. Your brain is occupied with that, and you don't have time to think about what the audience is doing and their reaction, and listen to them. And Because I mean, that's really the key to making the show better is to, you know, you listen to what they do and how they react, and also if they, you know, if you're just thinking about the trick, you know, is trying to think of what some, you know, the audience members say things too, and if your mind is occupied, you don't hear it.
Yeah.
And it's something that, you know, it's, many times, I wish I could think of a concrete example right now, but many times the audience member says, you know, or somebody in the audience yells out something that's like, that's in the show tomorrow.
Right.
Whatever they said. And so, I mean, I don't, you know, there's a
And,
lot
and
of there's a
occurrences
writing.
and occurrences could stay on the show. I was always curious to ask you if the signing on the back of the card was an accident the first time
First
that
time
happened,
it was,
right?
yeah. First time
right?
it was an accident.
For
Happened
those
at
that
the Magic Castle,
for those that don't know, I mean, that's become kind of a staple of your act
Yeah,
that you
yeah.
make happen.
Yeah.
you
So
know?
So when I doing the card trick and somebody writes their name on the card and they accidentally write their name on the back, and then hilarity ensues.
Yeah, yeah. But because of that accident,
But
and,
yeah, the
and
first
your
time it was
awareness
an
of it-
accident, and you know, and it got such a giant laugh, and then so now, all I'm thinking about the rest of the show is like, crap, how can that happen every show? How can that happen every? And it doesn't happen every show.
Right.
I could make it happen every show, but then I would be a jerk.
It would seem a little too forced. And the thing is, you get it to happen
No,
without
she
it
would
being
know.
forced at all. She would know Yeah. Right.
that I'd made her do it and made her look stupid in front of everybody. And
Yes.
that's, you know, she's the first person on stage, and she's not a prop. She's a human, and so she's the first person I get up on stage, and I'm going to use at least 4 more people on stage.
And she's going to be there a while.
And she's going to be there. And if I'm mean to her, those 4 people aren't going to come. They don't, you know, they're going to be on their guard and not want to help.
Right.
And, you know, my show is all about audience participation. And if I'm mean to any of them, the next person is going to say, screw you, I'm not coming up to help you, you're a jerk.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's not what I'm going for.
Yeah, yeah. And in a way, you're doing a really cool thing that now has a term. It's dual reality, you know, as everybody talks about that. And that's
Yeah.
really what you're doing with her.
Yeah.
Is that she thinks it's an innocent mistake, that she misinterpreted what
Yeah.
your instructions were,
Yeah.
and then you go with it, and it all, you know, all the comedy comes out of this natural occurrence.
Right. So that's one of the things. And so now people believe that they've seen a show that no one else ever saw.
Yeah, right.
And that's really what I'm
And
going
I
for.
swear, first time I saw your show, I believed it too. And that's what's brilliant about
Sucker.
it. I know, right? Come on. And then I go back, you know, and I thought that the show was fantastic. The way that you handled everything was fantastic. Then I went back and I saw the second show, and it was the same. And that was even better, right?
Yeah.
Because that's even better. Because it isn't that you handled these things that came up. No, it was that you caused them without us knowing. You know, you actually pulled the best magic trick of all. You made the audience believe that things were happening naturally. It's, you know,
Well, I mean, and they
it's
still,
amazing.
and they do. I mean,
Yeah.
I still get surprised.
And you can still
and it's still because
play
you've
with
done
things,
it so much, like you're saying. I
Right.
mean, I have that leeway in my brain. There's that space to think about other things besides the mechanics, and you know, and I can be present, and that's really the key, I think, is to be present there, listening and participating and genuinely interacting with the audience and the person on stage. You know, I mean, I've got these little destinations that I want to get to, and I'm trying to, like you say, you know, maneuver them there without it seem like I'm doing so. But there's also, I mean, I want to leave room for stuff to happen.
yeah, if something does happen. Yeah.
Because now I've done it enough that I'm confident that whatever happens, you know, even if I just have to go, well, I'm at a loss.
Yeah.
You know, they like me enough at that point that we understand that you would be at a loss at this point. You know, you know, and they're with me, and all I'm looking for is that they walk out going, I've never seen, you know, we got to see something special.
Right.
And that's
Yeah. Okay, how do you feel about instant stooging? And I think you only use it in one even slightly overt way. Well, I know about a couple of them, actually. I'm not going to talk about a couple.
Yeah,
I don't want to
there's
say.
some tricks in there where I'm talking to
Well,
people.
you're talking to
off mic.
people, yeah, and you're asking them or telling them to do something in a nice way. You're saying, do this,
Yeah,
and this is
help
what's
me
going
out.
to happen. Help me out.
Yeah.
Help me out.
Yeah.
And one of those is the beer. That somebody actually wrote in and asked specifically about that one. And you're okay with them being in on it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm not
so
okay
why
with
is-
that guy doing that trick.
No. We don't. No, honestly, for multiple reasons, we don't want anybody else to do your act or any
Yeah.
part of your act
Yeah.
because first of all, it's not going to work.
Well, yeah.
Because they are not you and they haven't put that much effort into that. They should find the other things that they enjoy as much as the things that you enjoy, different things, and put themselves into it in some way. I think it makes
But yeah, I
perfect
mean,
sense.
that guy knows
Yeah.
that I told him, at one point to say, Corona or whatever it is.
Yeah, whatever that is,
yeah. And I have a method where I can do any drink.
Mm-hmm.
But it's more complicated, number one, which is bad, and it's not as good because if he says Scotch and soda, and I go, from under that napkin, I go, bam, there's some brown-colored liquid.
Right.
Might be Scotch and soda,
Scotch and soda.
but if he says Coors,
And there's that label.
and there's a label, that's a better trick. And so, when I first started doing that trick, I had covers made for glasses, and so when I would walk off stage after I would apparently be asking the guy earlier in the trick. I would ask him so you're welcome to do this version. Because it's a pain in the ass. I would ask the guy. Later I'm going to get you a drink. What would you like? Apparently ask him what his card is. But
And
I already know.
now
Now
you're kind of using the Dunninger ploy, sort of with.
Yeah,
So now
I'm
you
gonna get
know
a drink.
something.
What would you like?
Yeah.
And so he'll say
Right.
Coke or whatever he says. He
Yeah,
says Coke.
and here's the thing. Okay, like if you asked me, I would say tequila. Neat.
Okay, tequila
So now
neat.
you just got clear liquid in a glass. Nothing.
Right? But I would do that. I don't remember ever tequila neat, but I'm sure. I remember whiskey back or whiskey, neat.
Yeah.
But anyway, so then later I'm walking off stage and this was in a comedy club, the situation. So I would have a waitress stationed at a spot, and I would say, tequila, neat. Yep. So she would go and get a tequila, put this cover on, and then later in the show, the audience is chanting Mac King, Mac King, and I would go off stage, and she would give me that tequila, and I'd put it in my pocket.
Yeah.
And so now I could say, well, I want to get you something to drink. What would you like? And he'd say tequila, and then bam, there's a tequila. That's a good trick, but it depends on a bunch of people, and they weren't always reliable.
Right.
and
not nearly
it's
as
not
solid as the
effective.
label.
Exactly. So it's not immediately identifiable.
Right.
So that's a cool method, but the effect is better on the other one.
Yeah. Okay, so how do you choose the people from the audience to help you? What's your process for when you come out?
I'm looking.
You've already said a little bit because you got your opening routine down, and as long as you don't cut off parts of yourself.
Yeah, even if I do, apparently. If I vomit and cut off my thumb, show's still fine. It's you sort of get a feel for it. I used to think that you have to make them do it, even if they don't want to. If I pick somebody, if I say to you, please come and help me on stage, and you say, I don't want to, I was going to make you. And I would cajole and get the audience to applaud, and because I read that too somewhere. I read that, don't let somebody say no. Everybody will.
Because then everybody else will say no.
Everybody else will say no because they think that person knows something, and that might be right for some people, but it turns out it's okay for me to say, excuse me. Tastes like fish. It's okay for me to say, no, don't worry. I'm not going to make you. Would you please help me out? And somebody else, and I'll go with my second choice. And now I just kind of, it also, I mean, now I look like a nice guy instead of a guy who's bullying somebody into it. But there is something to be said, I think, for that. Don't let somebody say, you know, I mean, you have to walk the line.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm looking for, depending on the trick. But for the first trick, I'm looking for a woman who's really going to, you know, kind of light up the room and laugh and, you know, be big.
Mm-hmm.
You know, broad. Her actions will be broad and visible to everybody and just delightful. I mean, somebody who seems like somebody you'd want to hang around with and somebody that people will like, and isn't shy or introverted. And so that's for the first trick. For the cloak of invisibility, I'm going to get a couple, and that's a different dynamic. I usually get somebody who's newlyweds because there's some jokes for the
Yeah,
big
do you
newlyweds.
ask that during the show? Do we have
Yeah,
any newlyweds
I
here?
said,
Anybody, celebrating?
Yeah, anybody get married in the last few days or something? In Las Vegas, that's pretty common.
Yeah.
So that I get that almost every show. I'll get somebody who's newlyweds. And hopefully there's more than one so that I have a choice. Because sometimes you just go, that couple's better than that couple, whatever.
Yeah.
But generally it's fine. But if I do have a choice, again, the trick is better if the woman puts it's a cards across trick if you haven't seen it, but the effect is 3 cards go from her pocket to his pocket. But I get somebody who's like, who put their cards in their bra is what I'm hoping. Because that's delicate in a weird way, but also a little bit naughty.
But it's because, but again, it comes back to, you don't tell them specifically
no,
to do
I
that.
would never. No.
But you're looking for somebody you
Somebody
think
who would say,
will do that.
who would think that would mess me up too.
Right.
You know, maybe that's part of it too. It's like, you know, you'll never do the trick now, and so that's good. You know, and then. You know, and the second best place for them to put it is in their shoe. They really think that's good. If they put it under their foot and stand on it inside their shoe, that's good too, because that really makes it look like I couldn't, you know, they really crossed me up. So, but again, if I have a choice, I mean, it's people that are friendly, because I mean, that's what you want. Then there's a guy, then there's a kid, usually for the tent and the goldfish. And for the kid, I want somebody, you know, now what I do is I'll say, I need the bravest kid here, like 9, 10 years old. Who's the bravest kid here? And I want a kid that's going, me, I'm the bravest kid. Because when that bear pops out of the tent, that kid's going to shit his pants.
Yeah.
So that's good. So I have over the course of the time figured out that that's the best way to pick the kid that is going to react the biggest, because he's already reacting the biggest.
And you know, and you're setting up a dichotomy of expectation for the audience. If you know, if I use a big terminology there for something that comes down to it, you know, it's a dramatic contrast.
Yeah.
You know, because now here's supposedly the bravest kid, and the audience is also going to be shocked, but they're going to experience it through him.
Yeah,
you know?
So if that kid runs away, or he's, you know, I mean, and it's backfired. It has happened. You know.
Has anyone killed the bear?
No one's killed the bear, but I mean, a kid has, you know, I screamed and run into the wings, and I go off, and I can't even find. He's back behind the piano. And I've had a kid in the fetal position on the stage.
Yeah.
Like
yeah, but you know, but I don't think it's all that bad to make kids frightened of bears.
No, that's a good point. I'm doing a public service.
Now, exactly. So now anybody complains, you're like, okay, what's the problem? He's scared of bears.
Yeah. But I mean, that's a delicate situation. And so, I mean, I turn my mic off. I have access to my mic, and I turn my mic off, and the 2 times it's happened over 9 years now, almost. I get down on the stage and say, it's a fake bear, it's a fake bear. You're okay, it's a fake bear. And I motion bear comes out with a head off,
Yeah.
you know, it's human head.
Yeah.
And, dude, it's a guy in a bear suit. You're all right.
Yeah.
And so it's always ended okay.
Sure. Okay, enough. Right.
No,
Yeah.
I mean, it's always,
Yeah.
you know, and the kid's great, and, you know, afterwards, but there's a possibility. And I swear, the first day I did it, I was really frightened
Yeah.
that it would be too
Too
much
much.
for a kid. That this will be the first time I do this and the last Mac King performance. Some kid's going to own my show.
This is also something when you get to a certain level. I mean, even when you're not at a certain, when you're not like Matt King on the Vegas Strip, putting something new in can be such a huge challenge.
Well, I mean, it is,
especially
but I
when
mean, I got a lot of places to, sort of, I mean, I think, I forget whose term this is, but to hammock it.
Yeah.
Where,
Yeah, I don't remember anybody saying that, but that's a great term
Yeah, hammock
for it. 'Cause
is a
it's-
good, is a good word. I mean,
Yeah.
you got something sturdy on either side of it, and this thing in the middle is you're not.
Sounds like a
certain
Johnny
about.
Thompson thing. I'm sure
Yeah,
somebody will write in and tell me it's
I
not.
don't remember who
but-
said that, but I like that term.
Yeah, me
And,
too.
So I mean, I've got places where I can do that, and I mean, I put stuff in. I put in a book test for a couple months, and it was good, but I could never get it funny enough.
And that somebody to actually write in and ask about that. When you're working on something new like that, you're trying to go for it being funny because yours is a comedy show. So when is it that you give up? How can you determine?
months.
2 months. 2 months is
No,
it,
I mean,
right?
it's just-
No, but that's the thing. How do you decide? Do you continuously try to make it funnier? Obviously, you're probably doing that. And then when do you decide? Well, I just no way I can make this funny. I got to take it out. I mean, eventually.
Eventually. I mean, I've done that I did that with the book test a few years ago, and I did it another book test, and I still. Here's another thing for me. I do these literacy programs in elementary schools where I go in and talk. I give kids books and talk about reading and how I got interested in magic by books, and it changed my life and blah blah blah. But anyway, no, it's fantastic.
Oh, yeah,
it's fantastic. Sure. And I mean, these kids. I do go to these at-risk schools, and these kids go home, and sometimes it's the only book they've ever owned. It's really pretty great. But it also, for me, like I did the Cloak of Invisibility in those shows with these kids
before doing them.
before doing it in my show.
Yeah.
So it was. I mean, they're sixth graders.
Yeah.
It was fine.
Yeah.
It was
even if it's not polished, because it's not going to be the first
yeah.
time.
And so it was. I mean, it's still a place for me to work on. And the fishing trick I did in school school shows. Because it's just a good place to practice it. And so I mean, I've got those places, but also, I mean, I just put it in. I mean, I'm doing the Chop Cup, and that's been in the show for, I don't know, about a year. And I'm starting to feel comfortable doing it.
After a year.
After a year.
But it's been in that whole time.
Yeah, but it's been
between
in there,
two solid
and there's
things,
still, it's still getting funnier, I hope.
Yeah.
But it started out funny enough already. It was, but also that was the other thing. The Card to Pocket wasn't in my show for a while before, but I've been doing it a long time in walk-around situations. I did that routine, not with a thumb tie in the cereal box, but just Carlisle's homing card was a staple in my walk-around doing restaurant stuff. And so it's just another example of a close-up trick that I kind of figured out how to make bigger. And the Chop Cup is the same. The Chop Cup now, I'm doing it, is with a oatmeal tub, like a cardboard oatmeal tub, and a wadded up napkin, and then a guinea pig comes out at the end. And
more livestock. And you use the strangest livestock of any magician working, and you know that.
Yeah.
And I think you strive for that, don't you? Because you don't want to produce a rabbit. You don't want to produce another bird.
No, I mean an earthworm and a goldfish and
and a guinea pig now. Yeah.
And a guinea
Right.
pig now and a bear.
And a bear, yes.
But the guinea pig started as sort of a line. I said I had in my head every new magic trick requires a guinea pig, And sir, would you step up?
Oh, yeah, right.
And so I had that sort of double thing, and so now it's like, that was the sort of the start of that.
Yeah.
And so I mean, it's just stuff starts different ways, and you.
How did the Fig Newton start? I'm just curious.
So that the Fig Newtons, that was. I brought some books just because they're my favorites.
Yeah.
McComb's Magic. Billy McComb was one of my idols growing up, and.
They want to see that.
There we go. There's Billy. And so Billy was one of my idols growing up. And so before I moved to LA, the first time I ever worked at Magic Castle, I was, I'd come, Lance had moved to Las Vegas and was in the Folie Bergère. And I came to Las Vegas and I stayed with him for a few days. And then Max Maven was there. And Max and I went to LA, and I was staying at Max's apartment while I was working a week at the castle. And so Max and I both got a cold from Lance, sick. And so I'm working and I'm sick, and second night or something, Billy McComb comes backstage, and I'd never met him before. I was really excited, and he's like, we're talking about the show, and he says, where are you staying? And I said, I'm staying with Max Maven. And he said, Max is sick too. You're never going to get well. Come stay at my house. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, right.
So I go to stay at Billy's apartment, and I'm sleeping on his couch, and I'm sick, and I don't do anything except for lay on the couch
And
during
then
the
go
day
to
and
your
listen to
show
Billy
and-
talk.
That's right.
was
Which has
fantastic.
got to be great.
It was fantastic.
Yeah, yeah.
So one morning, maybe the second morning, he says, I'm going to the grocery, lad. Can I bring you anything? And I said, a gallon of orange juice and a pack of Fig Newtons, because was comforting. Sounded to me. I mean, I didn't have no aspirations. They weren't in my show. I didn't have any.
No,
connections to them.
but
it's just like
any connection from previously? Had you enjoyed them? Is it
Yeah, I
something
had
that-
enjoyed them as a kid, and my dad's mom and dad had them at their house, and it was like my favorite cookie to eat.
Yeah.
It just had warm feelings
Right,
for me.
right.
And so I said, pack of Fig Newtons. And so that night at the castle, he's telling can you believe the boy wanted Fig Newtons? And Fig Newtons. And so the next night, I'm doing the card in the pocket, and the woman is supposed to reach in and come out empty-handed. And she reaches in and she pulls out a handful of Fig Newtons. And I didn't know they were there.
like a magic trick. Yeah.
And what had happened was, James DeMare had snuck into my dressing room and filled my pockets with Fig Newtons
That
as a joke on me. And so she pulls out a handful, and the audience is laughing. She's laughing. I'm laughing.
Yeah.
It's never not been in the show.
That's right.
since
From
then.
that moment on.
So yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Did you ever give him the $20 you owe him? Come on.
At
You
least,
know,
yeah.
At least
At
something.
least.
You buy him a beer
Yeah,
or something,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
So, but I mean, that's another thing to talk about. I mean, that cookie, it just turns out, adds such a great, tiny little layer to my persona.
Yep.
That it's just the perfect cookie.
Yep.
It's not Lorna Doone, chocolate chip, Chips Ahoy. You can't think of, Oreo. None of those would be right
Right.
after it happened. But I couldn't, I could never have thought of that.
Yeah.
I could never have thought to have Fig Newtons in my pocket. It was an accident. It was great.
But this is the thing. Let's just say, because a performer that's not open to it, that's got to have it the way that they've got to have it, and this is what I try to always tell people, is that as long as the magic works out, and as long as the audience is entertained and having a good time, whatever happens is great.
Oh, yeah.
So if you reach into your pocket, or somebody reaches in your pocket, and there's Fig Newtons there, or whatever is there,
Fantastic.
golden, right?
Yeah,
right?
it's
Be
gold.
open to it.
Yeah. And it changes who I am.
Mm-hmm.
And I have people. People talk about. They say you have such a defined character, and we talked about this a little bit, you and I.
Yep.
John Lovick, who I really like, John says, character is a bad word for this.
Yeah.
Persona,
Persona is the
a
word.
better word. Because character seems like you're making up something. You're pretending to be. And I'm not really pretending. I am that guy.
You're just
I'm a little,
putting on-
I'm a little more foul-mouthed off stage.
Off stage. But this is the thing.
but it's-
You put the best of who you are forward and then enhance it in some way.
But also, so I've had people say, well, my character could never do that. And I said, well, that's just not true.
It would be
not true.
It would be different.
Yeah, exactly.
It would be in line with your persona.
Yeah, So somebody learned something about you. I wouldn't have thought he would do that. He's not exactly who I thought. And now it's more interesting. So, I want people not to know everything about me in the first 5 minutes. I want them to learn something in the next trick, too, and the next trick. And if I can get to the end and they still aren't sure, that makes my show, I think, more susceptible to repeat viewing. There's more layers and more stuff that happens, and you go, like, for instance, there's a joke I do where after the woman's card is in my pants, I think that you haven't seen this. This is newish, but I say, smell it. I say, don't worry, I'm not going to ask you to touch that card anymore. I'm not going to ask you to touch that card anymore.
Do this. And it is so.
Smell it.
And this is
And
and it's a strong line for your character, for your persona.
Sorry, Eugene left. He's
Because
like, Eugene's like,
he hates it, right?
You can't say that.
And that's okay because I do too, but it is the only
hate it too?
moment. And I want to go on record saying that. Now I'm not saying take it out because it is the only moment that your character has an edge, and it's a nice moment because you're still just
I'm
joking
apologetic
around.
afterwards
And
too.
you're completely apologetic.
Oh my gosh, I
couldn't
am so
believe-
sorry I
because
said that or whatever.
Yeah, it seems completely like you'd never planned to say it, and that's what's beautiful about it. Your character handles it well, because you immediately take it back and you're like, oh, I can't believe that just happened.
Yeah. And so and it covers a move too. It's really, there's no chance you're going to see that palm. But it's, so that just changes who I am in their eyes. And, and I think that's great. I used to think, when I was first starting, my goal was to have the audience go on a journey, kind of. And so if they started here in that journey and I could get them to here, that's a pretty good journey. But if this is as high as I could get them, think how better that journey is if I start here.
Right.
And that's twice as long of a journey. And so, I did everything I could to make them uncomfortable at the beginning. I used to, the introduction was terrible. Your headliner isn't here tonight, but, the nephew of the owner is going to be here. And I had a little sign that I wore that said, "This is my son, Mac King. See that he gets off the bus at the Funny Bone." I would stand there for 30 or 40 seconds before I even said hello.
Yeah.
I would walk up and be just really scared. And
Awkward as everything.
and there's still some of that in there.
Yeah.
But it's not nearly as much because I kind of over the years discovered that if this is the length of the journey I can take them on, if I start here, maybe I can now take them to here. So the length is still the same, but the end point is better.
Yeah, and starting in a place
So-
where the journey starts out interesting already, where they're more willing to go along with you than down here where it's hard to get them to the point
I
where
liked that.
Yeah.
There was something. There was certainly a challenge every show
Sure.
to figure out how where in the show people figured out. Oh, he's not as much of an idiot as I thought.
But he's still an idiot. But I like him. And it's more about I love the fact that you start out not as an idiot, and I wouldn't say that, as an innocent.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that's so appealing about your character, your persona, is that it's this guy who is so innocent. There's no way he's getting anything over on us, and then
Right.
immediately it just happens.
Yeah, and that's a challenge too. That's a challenge too, because I mean, if that's what you're going to do, you know, after the end of the rope trick, when I cut it into 16 pieces and they all go back together, it's like you kind of got to be stupid as an audience member to not go, well, you know what, he's pretty good.
Yeah.
So then, how do you bring? You know, then you got to figure out ways to. I think, and I don't know what those ways are sometimes, but you got to figure out ways to get them to believe. Well, maybe that was just a fluke.
Yeah.
And oh, damn, he did it again.
Uh-huh.
And how many times can you do that to somebody without them being pissed? So
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
after a while,
But-
you
well-
kind of have to sort of let them. I feel like I kind of have to let them know I'm in on the joke too.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, because you alluded to this while you were teaching about there are no moves in your show, and I agree with that there are no moves in your show. Now they're all there, and you have to do them all, but absolutely everything is covered with comedy and naturalness, and it's just absolutely brilliantly thought out. It really is.
Well,
when a person sees your show to begin with, they don't realize that it's brilliantly thought out because it's so natural. So if somebody is going to study naturalness in magic, they've got to, book a trip to Vegas for a week and see your show
Well, that's
twice
nice
a day.
of you to say.
It's
But
serious.
I think that,
Right?
that I'm not the guy who, I mean, I learned that from Lance.
Yeah.
I mean, Lance is really, I mean, that Dove Act is the greatest, to me, that's the greatest magic show that's ever been in existence to now, I believe. That 12 minutes is just flawless. And one of the things that makes it flawless is there's no moves in it. And one of the reasons to me that there's no moves is not just that it's natural, but there's a lot of planning. It's not that he's such a great sleight of hand artist that his moves are invisible. It's that he made these little plans for how he's going to move his feet and how he's going to have this thread hooked to this thing that you don't even know that there's a thread that's hooked to that thing that moves this, and it's just so well put together. And I learned a lot watching how he thought about his act, and
I'll tell you, the first time that I saw him do it and he was speaking while he's doing it, it just blew my mind. Because
he knows I don't like that either.
But no. You don't have to like it, and I wasn't a fan of it, but I just couldn't believe that it was still so flawless. And he didn't have to pay attention.
Oh,
he didn't
no,
have to
there's-
pay
yeah, no, there's
attention.
no attention.
That's the
That's
thing that
yeah.
got me, right?
Yeah,
You know?
yeah.
And in a way, I think that might be what magicians resent about it a little bit, don't like about it, is that it's obvious that he's disconnected, in a way.
Yeah.
But it's still so beautiful.
Yeah.
But he can just talk about it as it's happening. It's almost like he's watching it with us.
Yeah.
At the
and
same
there's
time.
there's some element of
right?
charm to that, I think, and he feels like that gets the audience on his side quicker,
Yeah.
and because that silent, staring at the audience and intense.
It honestly,
intensity,
I will tell, I've told, for him, because I have seen him perform it silently and then speak, and then the audience laughs quite a bit when they
Yeah.
first hear his speaking
Yeah.
voice,
Yeah.
because he's so suave and you don't expect his
Yeah.
voice to come out of him.
Hey everybody, what do you think of that thing? Trick?
right?
It's not that bad.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, come on. but the fact that when he starts speaking while he's doing it, you can't laugh at it because it is so phenomenal.
Yeah.
So you automatically just
no,
accept
it's,
it.
it's just a different dynamic.
Yeah, it's a down home guy that just is
It
phenomenal.
happens to be the greatest magician you've ever seen.
Okay, let's try to get through some of the questions pretty quickly. Does anybody here have a question
They've all
for
left.
Mac? We do have a question back here. What's your question? And I'll repeat it.
Yeah, so I went in, I've seen your show dozens of times, and one time I sat in the audience and I marked down a tick mark for every laugh that you got, and you got 378 laughs over the course of about 70 minutes.
378 laughs in 70
Brilliant.
minutes is what he said. It is, yeah.
More than most
Yep.
That was it?
He probably missed a few.
Okay, all right. I was going to say.
Now, have you ever kept track?
No, I haven't.
Okay,
I
all
haven't.
right.
No, not counted. No.
Yeah, right.
But for the laughs per minute and everything that most comics do. And so I also noticed you have about 7 to 9 routines, and it takes 70 minutes. Do you write the routines to be that long, or does it just go that way.
No,
after.
it's a
Yeah,
detriment.
I have no idea whether they can hear this that well, whether you write your routines to be that long or whether they just naturally develop into being that long.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I could think of more short stuff because I mean, the Letterman show has called. I mean, I did that with the goldfish trick.
That's a
and
huge challenge,
And
isn't it? Yeah.
they've called me, and I mean, I'm working on it now, but it's hard. I mean, I just don't have. I don't think of them. I guess I don't think of tricks that are like 4 minutes. It's hard. So that's hard. But I am trying to, like you said, I'm trying to maximize those laughs. And that comes from working clubs, not from working in Las Vegas. I think in Las Vegas, because it's a magic show, you could get away with it with less laughs per minute. But those clubs, when I was working in those clubs, a lot of the times, the owners or the managers are in the office. They're not even watching. They're just listening.
Yeah.
And so, and what they're listening for, if they hear silence or just you
they hate that.
yammering, they come out because that ain't right. So that as long as they're in there counting their money or ordering beers or whatever, if they hear laughter, then then all is right in their world, and that's all I'm really looking for. I mean, with Harrah's, I'm trying to stay under their radar, trying to just do my little show and keep getting money.
Yeah. If anybody is trying to break into comedy, it used to be the standard that you had a minimum of 3 laughs per minute. Now think about that. That's a laugh every 20 seconds. That's pretty hard to do. But you're approaching like the top professional level, which is 6 laughs per minute based on his count, and that's really it's a challenge. Just every 10 seconds, somebody's laughing, which basically means it's a setup line or a punchline and nothing else. That's what's going on in the show. Do you think of it that way? Do you edit pieces out?
I don't know.
Is there exposition that you
I mean, I
change?
try to cut stuff out if it's not funny. It's, I mean, like that book test. I mean, it was.
Was it too much process, too much exposition?
I knew it fooled everybody, but
Yeah.
it just wasn't. I couldn't figure out how to get enough jokes in there.
Yeah.
And involved with the process, and so. And also, I mean, there's tricks. I mean, one of my favorite magic posters is there's a David Devant poster that says "Laughter born of amusement" or amazement. I can't remember now, but there's when you do, there's certain tricks that you can do that just by their nature, but it's like that's funny and magic because of how magic it is, how fooling it is. And honestly,
You know
I
what I'm
can't.
saying?
I
I can't imagine a book test having that reaction.
Right, and
But then I could never have imagined the Cards Across being as funny as yours is. Even though Tom Mullica's was very funny as well.
Oh, yeah.
And I think
That's the best magic show I ever saw.
Yeah,
by the way.
right. Yeah, fabulous stuff. You want to talk about Tom a little?
We could talk about. I mean, the first Lance and I had heard about him. We were working at Tombstone Junction, and when the summer was over one year, we got in my car and drove to Atlanta. My aunt and uncle lived down there. We stayed with them, said hello. My uncle was out of town, actually, but said hello to my aunt, got back in the car, drove down to the Tomfoolery, watched the show. It's the greatest magic show I ever saw. We're getting ready to leave, and one of the other bartenders comes over and says, "You boys magicians?" Yes, we are. Tom wants you to stick around. Tom took us out, bought us dinner. I don't drink very much, and I got so drunk. And so he had an apartment at the back of the Tomfoolery, and so pulled out his sofa bed, and Lance and I slept there, and I puked all over Tom's apartment. And we got up the next morning, and I called my aunt, and I said, "You can call off the police." And she said, "Okay."
Oh, really? Wow.
I hadn't called her and said we weren't coming home.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And
You were joking, she wasn't.
she was not joking. So she had called the police, and they had been looking for my car, and
Wow.
parked in the alley behind Tom's building.
And not gonna find
So
that.
and my uncle flew in 2 days early from his business trip and chewed us a new asshole. It was great.
Yeah,
So
of course.
But then that night, so we sat through his chewing us out, and then we said, okay, but you got to come see this. So we took them to the magic show that night. All was forgiven. I mean, honestly, the show was so good that all was forgiven. And Lance and I went. We went every night for the whole week
Yeah.
and saw 2 shows each night. It was the greatest magic show I ever saw, and that's. You know.
Well, and this is the thing.
But it's comedy and magic. I mean,
And
there
I'm
was
and,
so
and
many
I'm
laughs.
recommending that to people that want to learn, now that are starting out, to come here and do that for you. So make sure you have your couch ready for some of the guys that are going to show
Come on
up.
in, boys. so you can,
I did want to just address one thing that some people have tweeted in about the fact that there's some background noise going on here that's maybe slightly distracting. It's Las Vegas. Okay? Seriously. Get over it, because we're not going to change it. This is what happens. People talk, they play drums, there's laughter and that kind of stuff. This is Las
is
Vegas.
going on?
But here we are.
Our
We're used
apologies.
to it.
I'm
Yeah.
apologizing.
It's-
I'm sorry that it's distracting.
Vegas
Get
is
over
actually
it.
quieter than
It's-
it used to be. It used to be all the machines made a lot of noise. Now they don't make it nearly as much noise. But anyway, let's get back. Anybody else have another question here? Yep, Jen does. Yeah.
Hi, Matt. First time spectator, now lifetime fan.
Well, you have to come and see the actual show.
Absolutely. My question is, halfway measure related. Please, if it's not too personal, could you tell me how you came about that it was a good idea to put a live goldfish in your mouth?
Oh yeah, that's a great question. And let me repeat it. Okay, this is from Jen. That's my girlfriend and partner out there, and she's of a similar mind, right? So she wants to know how you came up with the idea. At least,
wasn't my
at
idea.
least. Wait, no.
No,
Why you thought it was a good idea to put a live
it was
goldfish
obvious that it was a
in
good idea.
your
I wish it
mouth?
wasn't my idea. So originally, when I came up with that trick, I was catching one fish out of the air. I would pretend to eat it, and then I would say I'm going to explain that, and I would carve a little carrot so it looked like a fish, and then I would just drop that carrot into a glass,
And it would be
become a fish.
live, yeah. A little
It would
switch
be
there.
a lot, yeah, just a switch in my hand. And David Williamson said, "That is lame." I was working at the Maxim, and had just started working on that trick. I was working at the Maxim before Harrah's, and David Williamson was in the dressing room talking to me, and he'd just seen the show, and he said, "That's lame. That's crane. That's no good. You have to do that in your mouth." It was obvious that it was a great idea.
Oh, yeah.
From the moment he said it, and so he said that at the. I was doing 2 shows.
Not
a day there.
necessarily an appealing idea, though. Did you have any
No, I didn't care.
reservations
No,
about
not
it?
at all,
No.
not
Okay.
at
All right.
And so so that was in the early show, and I did it in the. I said, "Is this? Can I do it this way?" And he said, "Perfect." So it was in the. There was like 1 second of rehearsal, and I did it in the next show 10 minutes later. So
Wow.
Yeah. So
Wow.
it was that. I wish I could. If you hadn't asked that question, I would have taken credit for that. Idea.
Okay. All right, and they probably do stuff in your mouth, but you don't want to necessarily think about
I don't
that.
think about that.
You don't think about it. You don't have to think about it, right? Right? No, come on. But here's the thing. I'm just curious if there's any special preparation of the fish, or you just, do you rinse them at all?
I don't
or-
rinse them, but there is a. I mean, I do use a.
Rub 'em
There's a
with
product, not
dish
for putting
detergent?
fish in your mouth.
No.
But there's
for
a
cleaning
product.
their-
Yeah, there's
yeah,
a product
yes.
called Stress Coat.
Yeah.
That's like aloe and some other
Yeah.
stuff that you use that fish use to keep their scales
Right.
shiny and clean.
Yeah, and you do care
I
for
do-
them in that way.
I do, yeah. So, but I don't think that keeps them from pooping.
Oh, probably not. but seriously, if anybody's ever eaten any fish, they've eaten fish poop. It's not.
Yeah.
But he makes his living every once in a while doing that. and it's funny because when I first saw you, before you were doing that, you were doing the earthworm thing, and the earthworm, and everybody gets grossed out by that, and it's totally fake. And yet when they see the fish, they're not grossed out at all. It's totally real.
That's a lovely illusion.
Yeah. Anybody else got in the back? Way in the back.
You talked about something about your
Bizarro.
suitcase. You told me to remind later.
That's right. I was going to bring
this
that up.
is
So let's talk, because we had somebody actually write in here about how you organize the prop management inside your case, because you've got a lot of things like ashes, liquid, that kind of stuff. So let's talk about the little suitcase of props and then how you manage things that are messy.
Well, yeah, I mean, it used to be that my rule before, I mean, when I was just doing clubs, the rule for me was my own personal rule. There wasn't any actual rule. But my personal rule was that if it, and this was a different day and age as well, but my personal rule was if it didn't fit in the overhead compartment, it wasn't in my show. That was, you know, I wanted to be able to put
And you were traveling a lot.
And I was traveling a lot, yeah. I mean, every week I was in a different city. So so my little suitcase, I had a suitcase that would fit in the overhead, and they used to let me take it on with scissors and everything.
Yeah.
And now it's different. But it used to, that was the rule. And when I was the first comedy club I ever did, first time I ever walked in a comedy club to perform, I had just worked at Tombstone Junction and done, you know, a few corporate banquet shows, and I just had a little table with all my props on it, and you know, it was like a little square tabletop on a pedestal, and I would carry it up and put it on stage, and my props were all there,
And those were the rules in clubs, and that was a written rule. It's quick on, quick off. You know.
Yeah, but this was but this was even before this. So that is a rule, and I'll come to that too, because the rule is if it's up there, if you've got a prop sitting on stage and there's another comic,
they can do whatever they want with it.
That's they can pick up their crap and mess with it. I mean, it's that's just the way it works, and so but the first time, so I burn up a guy's money and he's drunk, just I get the wrong guy. I was a little less experienced.
Yeah.
The first time ever on a comedy club stage, and I was wearing a tie, and this guy grabs my tie and pulls my face over, and he grabs my scissors, and he's got the scissors up to my neck.
Yeah.
And he goes,
That's not good.
no. And I mean, and you can you can feel people's assholes clench up in the audience.
Yeah.
I mean, it's bad.
Yeah.
And so and then he cuts my tie off, and throws the scissors and the tie on the stage, and says, "I don't give a shit about my money," and he leaves. And that's the end of my show. I mean, I still have his 20.
Yeah. Right.
So, but I mean, that was a giant learning. I mean, the next night, I went and got a little briefcase, and everything was in the briefcase, so he couldn't, nobody can touch it but me, and I could carry it on and carry it off when I was done, and also I used to, you can't tell it from this, but also when I was a middle act, I just felt like I couldn't leave anything on stage. So, I mean, I do this ending where I'm pulling these knots off the rope and throwing them. And so I used to have a bit where I would pick up all those knots right after the guy's money was burnt up. It was kind of a comedy thing for me to walk around and pick up my stuff and put it in the suitcase and walk off. But it got a little bit of a laugh, but mostly it was so that the headliner who was coming on after me. So you could clean the stage,
you could leave clean.
I'm not, because they already hate me.
Oh, yeah, and that's something we haven't even talked about. But
they already hate me.
Anybody who goes out and tries to work any kind of a comedy club or anything where there's an open mic, they're going to hate the props. They hate anybody who's got props.
So these guys all, initially, now many of my really good, good friends are comics. But I think that's partly because they see that I care about my show as much as they do.
Yeah. And
I worked as hard as they did. And I kind of thought the way they did.
Yeah.
And so so I really everything I could do to not piss them off anymore was something I wanted to do. So,
yeah.
So managing props. I mean, I do have ashes, and I'm like a cardboard sculptor. I mean, the inside of that suitcase is
It's
sectioned
got,
off
yeah,
with,
partitions
with
of
cardboard
things,
and
yeah,
duct
yeah.
tape, you know,
Right,
and
right.
you know, everything has a tiny little place.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing that I feel like, because of this persona that I have, we'll say, back to that.
I'm
One of
moving these so they don't have
good.
that strange
Oh, is that
shine on your
glinting
chin.
on me?
Yeah, it is
it's
glinting a
just-
bit.
I'm shiny. That's the butter. So, no idea what I was talking. Oh, movement and confidence. So, one of the things that I feel like for me that I think gradually, I don't know that people pick up on it, but I'm hoping that it registers subconsciously or with repeat viewings, or because I mean I get a lot of people that come back, and I think that's really flattering. And I think part of that is because there's so many, you know, I didn't notice that the first time. There's so many little things, and one of the things that I do is, I mean, I try to handle the props really confidently.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I'm constantly throwing stuff up, pens, and catching it,
Yeah.
pulling the cap off and flipping it over and handing it to
And
them.
you're not looking where things are
Yeah,
coming
I'm
from or
throw-
going
you
to.
know, that
they
worm
just
vanishes,
go.
and I throw the tube over my shoulder, and it lands in my suitcase, and
Yep.
you know, that kind of just these little things that that sort of add to. Oh, he does know what he's doing, you know, and I, you know, the way you walk, I think even, you know, you can convey that, and so, I mean, it's just all these little things that add up, and so, in my suitcase, it's partitioned so that I know it's not different ever.
Right.
You know, everything is in its own little cubby hole. And so I can reach in there and know where that is or where that is, and I don't have to look, and I don't have, you know, there's no slowing down, there's no dead moment where where is that thing? Because if you're at my show and you see me doing that, that means I forgot to set something.
Yeah, yeah,
And
right.
I'm
Which
set-
can happen.
and yeah, it does.
You
Oh
know,
yeah, no,
sure,
I've done
sure.
it many times, but.
Yeah. All right. Let's say. There. Apparently, there's a
Was
video.
that your question? What was your question?
It was all about that.
Okay.
Yeah. Apparently, there's a video out there somewhere of you entertaining a group of celebrity impressionists who were a bad crowd. Can you remember this thing? Or, you know, somebody's saying this. The question though is, how do you deal with a bad crowd? You know.
Wow. I wonder what that is.
I
the
wonder
celebrity
too.
impressionist.
Maybe he can say.
Yeah, I'd like to
celebrity
see. Yeah,
impressionist.
I mean, I've certainly had bad shows. Doesn't surprise me that there's video of me doing poorly.
Well, I mean, it doesn't say you're doing poorly. You're trying to work this crowd, and they're just not having it. And that doesn't mean you're doing
I don't
poorly.
remember. I don't know what that would be, but I mean, yeah. I mean, you know, I mean, I have friends. I mean, Jeff Hobson is so good at this. I think, you know, I mean, you know, if he's not getting the laughs he wants or that he's accustomed to, I mean, he like browbeats people into laughing. I mean, it's just amazing what he can do to do that. And I just can't do that. You know, I just can't. You know, I mean, for me, it's just like I'm almost immune to it because I started so long ago trying to not get laughs at the beginning and be uncomfortable, and I'm used to being uncomfortable on stage, and it doesn't hurt me. But I like it better when they like me. Turns out.
Yeah, it turns out. Yeah.
But you know, I mean, I just can't. You can't. For me, I can't force them to like the show. And you know, it's. I mean, I kind of think it's mathematical. You do so many shows, it's like a bell curve. You know, I mean, there's tiny little number of people where, you know, if I go, they like stand up and cheer. You know, that every nuance, every tiny little thing I do is the funniest thing the entire audience has ever seen. And there's, you know, there's this other end of the bell curve where, you know, no matter how I struggle or try, that entire audience isn't going to laugh.
Right.
But mostly, you know, that's just made up of those people. You know, I just mathematically, I happen to get that one or two audiences where the entire audience doesn't like what I'm doing. And this one, I get the entire audience who thinks I'm a genius. But mostly it's in the middle. You know, that's where the majority of the shows are, where most of the people think it's pretty decent.
Yeah.
And,
yeah.
But I mean, I think mathematically, you just, I mean, those are the, the good shows, those really fantastic shows. It's almost like, I mean, I used to think, wow, that show was so horrible, they shouldn't even pay me. I was so bad. But then I think the opposite now. It's like, that show was so horrible.
You get paid double.
It was
that's
so,
it was so
these
difficult
over
for
here,
me to do
I already
it.
got
Right.
paid, but by them, their adulation.
I would do another show for them. For
Yeah,
yeah,
for
right,
nothing.
right.
But
yeah.
but it's just, I think it's mathematics. Once you get to a certain point. I mean, I'm sure when I started, there were more of these. But it's, I'm getting a little better over.
We have quite a few interesting questions coming in, but I'm
Are people still watching this?
They are, and they're loving this. They're loving this. Here's the one. I don't want to say it out loud, so here's what I want you. We're gonna get into, we're going to get into. Oh,
Yeah,
we're saving that one. That was
Yeah,
we're going to end
yeah.
on that.
Yeah,
so
that was-
Wes Azzelli, we're getting to that story. We have here's some quick questions. What makes a trick a good trick, worth performing?
Well, I mean, for me, what makes a great trick is giant mystery, giant laughs. That's all. I
Great.
mean, yeah.
Great. How do you infuse an otherwise boring trick with funny?
Yeah, exactly. How? I mean, it's just, every time it's different. I mean, like I said, some of it is just inherently, there's something funny. I mean, it's like when a shoe comes out of my phone magically.
Yeah.
I mean, when a phone comes out of my shoe.
Wait, shoot.
When a-
Either way. Either
Wow.
way, it's good. Either way, it's good.
Either way is good,
Right.
But if the audience is saying, if the magic words are bring,
And then it is.
then there's a telephone in my shoe, even if that wasn't magic, if I just took out a phone, I hadn't shown the shoe empty, that's kind of funny.
Yep. It's a gag anyway.
But it's a gag anyway. But the fact that so that's inherently funny. But the fact that it's a trick and I showed the shoe empty and then there's a telephone in there, that to me that's like the perfect meld. If I could do the joke part and it would still get a laugh even without the magic, but then the magic fools the shit out of you too.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm. Penn says about my show. I mean, he's always really nice to me, and he's I hate, but he says most comedy magicians are neither. And
especially if they're magic comedians.
yeah, that's
with only one C in the middle.
Yeah.
Magic comedian.
Yeah. So I mean, and I'm really trying to really have people. I mean, I get this question too. Are you? I mean, this is not from. I don't get this from magicians, but I get it from reporters or people doing stories or whatever, saying, "Now, are you a magician or are you a comedian?" And it's I don't know. I mean, I'm a magician, really.
Right.
Because I mean, I wouldn't be doing this without the Jay Leno. I've opened for Leno a few times.
To me,
and he always tells me I should take. He said, "You got to drop that magic.
Drop the magic. Yeah.
You're
Well,
too funny for that magic."
You are very, very funny, but the thing is, it's the vehicle. It sets up the situation that creates.
Yeah, I mean, I love being a magician.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah.
That's why I'm.
Let's see. How do you avoid making a trick with many phases confusing? How can you get across this
Well, I mean, I
multiplicity
think it can be confusing. I mean, like the last 20 minutes of my act
is pretty much all callback, hitting for everything that's happened.
but it's also, I mean, it's ostensibly the trick is this guy's money is in one of 4 envelopes, and he's going to pick the one that has his money,
Right.
and I'm going to burn the other 3, and he's going to open it, and how did he know which one was the right one? But then that goes wrong.
Yeah.
But also, there's a card trick before that.
Yeah.
And so I'm going into a spirit trance to divine his card while the money's burning. And then the card is in the envelope and not his money. And then there's my shoe, and I talk about I keep money in my shoe. No, that's not money. That's a Fig Newton. And maybe we can get the money to appear in the shoe. And no, that's an earthworm. Yeah. And maybe we can. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's a rock. Why there's a rock? Oh, that's a Rockport shoe. And why is there
bring?
Why is there a bring? And now, that's why that's there. And it's like,
no, is it in here?
and
No,
so
that's not. That's
it's
this.
like like 20
Another
minutes.
Fig Newton? What's that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Oh my God. Yeah.
So it could be real. I mean, there's a lot going on, and it could be confusing. And how do you make it not confusing?
Yeah. Okay.
And I think the answer is you try.
Well, you try, but okay. It's sometimes
but
hard.
it is but it's hard. But
It's sometimes hard
you-
as the
but
person
you-
that's inside it to see what's going on. Because when I first saw it,
What the hell?
I wasn't confused at all. I was amused constantly. You know, there's one guy on stage that cares, and it's not you. It's the guy with the money. That's it. You know, he's the only one that cares about the show anymore.
Right.
Nobody in the audience cares whether he gets his money back. You don't care if he gets his money back. But we see one trick after another, bam, 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 where he can't leave. You know.
Well, it turns out you can. That was proven
Unless
early
he
on.
cuts your tie off. Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. But I think that's part of it is that, you know, first of all, there's an emotional hook in what's going on that you really, you know, your character does apparently care.
I care, but also, but also, you know, there's something to keep you. It's not just putting him off. You know, there's a resolution to
Yes.
something an hour ago,
Right.
and then there's a resolution to something from 40 minutes ago, and there's a resolution. So the interest is still there, not just about the money, but you know, what else did he do that maybe, you know, I think people start thinking that.
Yeah.
What else did he do that he's going to call back?
Yeah.
And so, in answer to the actual question is, how do you keep a multiple phase routine from being, you know, either you try and you figure out how to keep it from being, you know, you're specific with what you talk about and the order you do it and how you present it, or if you're not, then do something, do a different, you know, do something less confusing. But you just have, you know, the answer is you simplify it in some way,
Yeah.
whether it's verbally or taking something out or whatever. But if it's confusing, then don't do it or fix it.
Yeah, sure.
But I don't know how you fix it. I mean, I don't have a specific way to fix it.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute, duct tape.
Fix it is what it comes down to. You know,
Yeah.
duct tape
I
it.
know that's
put
not a good.
Put a joke
I'm so
on it.
sorry,
you know?
whoever asked that question. I know that's not a specific answer.
But it'll
but
help.
it really is. You
Right.
You're
if you find that what you're doing is confusing, make it less confusing.
And that's the other thing about it. You know, that's the other thing about doing 500,000 shows is that you know, you have a laboratory, and you know, I mean, that's really what it is. You have a laboratory to work on this, and so if you sense that people are confused and not following what you did, then the next show. I mean, I have you know, if I'm working on something, I have such a luxury that most people don't have. If I just did it at the 1 o'clock show, and I'm thinking, you know, that's something wrong there. You know what? I got an idea. I can maybe try it this way, and I'm in 30 minutes. I'm back on stage.
Yeah, and I had heard that the Marx Brothers did the same thing before they ever made a movie. That they did all of their performances live on stage multiple times. You know, for months.
And Copperfield used to do that before every special. I mean, all those tricks. You know, but those TV shows weren't the first time he did those tricks. You know, you could go. I mean, I went to David's show a couple times where I saw him on stage with a script, with pieces of paper. You know, and you know, he had that laboratory, and you know, and
All right, let's. Pocket management.
pocket management.
You walk on stage with over 20 items on you.
Who's counting? That's true.
Yep.
I know. I mean, it's 23.
Yep, 23. There you go.
I
Yep.
wrote that question. I'm sorry.
You did? All you do is count stuff at my show. But the reason there's
Oh no, I wanted this follow up. Wait, because we were talking about the show, the show with the impressionists that were having a bad time. They were drunk. You were emceeing. The fish died, and you were great. That's what it says. They were bad, but you were great. I wonder what it was. So about a pocket management.
Yeah. So.
And do you have special modified stuff?
I do
on you?
have special modified stuff. And initially, I mean, when I say in my show that this was my grandfather's suit, initially that was true.
Yeah.
I got a suit from his attic and modified it and fixed it up for the show, and then went back and got another. I went through like 3 of his suits,
Mm-hmm.
and then, but you know, he'd already worn them. So I went to a costume designer in L.A.
Had he already put anything in him because he was a magician?
No,
a little bit,
he
yeah,
didn't.
yeah,
No,
okay.
he wasn't that kind of.
He wasn't
you know,
that like
you
that,
know,
yeah. He just knew some magic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
What?
I know, pretty good. And then I went to a costume designer in L.A. and she came and saw my show like 4 or 5 times, and then she did some drawings and came with swatches. And for some reason, I had never worn a plaid suit. And she came with these.
But she thought that was-
She
thought that
it
was
should be-
brilliant,
she thought
right?
it should be plaid, and these drawings.
And how
were all
did you
plaid.
feel about that when you
I
first
was
saw
like,
it?
yeah, you know, all right. So she made one, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe this was her idea or my. I don't remember. This was so long ago now, but one of the things, because these 2 jacket pockets have a lot of stuff in them. These 2 outside jacket pockets, and so she designed. This isn't one of the suits from the show, but she designed in the lining. She cut a hole. You know, it had a hole here, and then the pocket was like gusseted, so it was bigger at the bottom than the top, and that pocket was actually inside the lining against me, so that the suit hung better with all that stuff.
The pocket wouldn't puff
The
out.
pocket wouldn't bulge out;
Yeah,
it bulged
right.
in.
Right.
And that was her cool solution to that. And
Yeah.
so she did those, and then and there's a I mean, I don't know how many pockets. I haven't really counted the pockets, but there's. So there's 4 breast pockets. There's 4 pockets in the pants. There's 4, 5, 6. 6 pockets in the inside, and so that's all from Lance too.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't
sure.
know of any other comedy magician who has body loads.
Well, not to that extent, for
Not like
sure.
you know,
yeah,
I mean,
absolutely. Yeah.
that kind of stuff.
Right.
And so that, so all that stuff is So the initial one I made myself. I mean, I just, if you don't have a sewing machine, you're not a magician.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, or at the very least, get some hot glue.
No,
But,
sewing machine.
but sewing is the way to go for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see.
So, but pocket management, I think, is important because, I mean, that's the other thing about, I mean, it's always in the same spot for me. There's 3 Fig Newtons in this pocket, there's 2 Fig Newtons in this pocket, there's a deck of cards for the cards across here. It's not a special deck, but it's just there, so I don't have to reach, and this is 2 decks over here, and the rope and scissors over here, and the long.
Yeah, just like you mentioned before, there's no hesitation.
I don't want to know.
It's not.
It's not me doing this. Which pocket is that in? It's always exactly the same, and it's always. I mean, those pockets are designed. Some of them have a little seam up in the middle, a little bit, so that the scissors sit upright instead of fall down into the bottom of the pocket.
I was always impressed with the twist ties. It's just like
and,
all of a sudden, without even fumbling,
and
there they are.
they're in the right spot.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Right. After everything we've
Johnny
seen.
Thompson forgot to load his birds.
Oh yeah,
Have
sure.
you ever forgotten to load?
Sure.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
There's
Oh.
a classic story about Johnny Thompson not loading the doves, but his music plays and he has to come out and he does the whole act without them, which is hilarious, right?
Yeah.
But have you ever forgotten any loading anything or a lot of
yeah.
things?
Oh yeah. So there's the bill and the telephone.
Yeah.
Gotten on stage with no telephone.
No telephone.
But that's where reading comes in handy. Reading tricks that you don't use, or that oh, that's kind of clever. So the time I got on stage with no telephone, I remembered, oh yeah, I remember how to load a bill inside a matchbook. So I've got matches on me. For a bit that I sometimes do or don't do, depending if the fireball doesn't light for some reason, then I've got matches to light. And so I realized partway through that so instead of lighting the envelopes with the fireball, I lit them with a match, and I loaded the bill into the matchbook and threw the matchbook aside. So I had, it wasn't as good.
Right.
It didn't have all the callbacks and everything, but at
But
least
if
I
there's
had
an
an ending to the
ending,
show because I'd read that trick.
Yeah.
And it was still in the back of my head. And so, it just, those that's really useful.
When a lot of people have seen you do the World's Greatest Magic Specials, the Matt King's School of Magic on there, how did that gig actually come about? How did they approach you for that?
Is that Lance?
No, it is not. But,
that was his doing.
It was it his doing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here's what happened. Lance was working at the Hacienda with his own show there, and so those guys from the World's Greatest Magic had come in to see Lance's show, and I happened to be there. I wasn't living in Las Vegas at the time. I happened to be visiting and sitting in the audience, and so Lance said, ladies and gentlemen, sitting in the audience tonight is my favorite magician, the person I think is the best magician in the world, Matt King. Well, that's very nice. And so those guys after the who are you?
Yeah, yeah, right.
So those producers, so they came over and talked to me. And initially, the first year I didn't do the Max King School of Magic. I went to them with the idea how to pick up magic, how to pick up women using magic. And it was a spoof. I mean,
spoof, sure, of
yeah,
course.
I mean, it was, I would go up to all these showgirls and do tricks, and they would walk away with somebody else at the bar or whatever. I mean, so I did like 4 or 5. I mean, I did the Vanishing Head and the Neck Cracker, and I can't remember, but 2 or 3 shaving cream out of the ear and some other stuff from my act. But in order to impress women, it didn't work.
Which of course not.
Didn't work. So they went with that, and maybe even the Fork in the Eye. I can't remember if I did. I don't remember, but maybe not. I don't remember what I did on that. But so the first year I did that, and they had various magicians throughout the show that had already been on teach a simple magic trick, and they came to me and said, "Would you be interested for number 2?" Being the guy who does that. And I mean, I got a lot of flack.
I know you did.
For that.
Yeah.
Teaching the sacred secrets of magic to lay people. But my personal feeling is that if the more people who know 1 or 2 magic tricks, the more people buy tickets to the magic shows. I tried to be careful. I mean, I was the guy who picked the tricks, and I tried to decide, what I thought was too good to give away. That I think one year the first year Mullica gave away the FOA handkerchief trick. Yeah. Where you cut it and restore it.
Oh yeah, that's great.
That's a really great trick.
But
that was too good to give away.
It's too good to give away. But even in his defense, or I of course am against exposure for exposure's sake. But when you're trying to create fans of magic and you give them something simple that they can do for their friends, then they become lovers of magic.
Yeah,
They're
I
not
agree.
just fans of
Completely.
magic. And that trick, even though it's been exposed, I do that trick all the time. And nobody comes up to me and says, "Oh, I saw that on TV 20 years ago."
Exactly.
But
think
still,
that's
not a
case.
justification
And also,
for exposing anything.
No,
but
there's many reasons to do it. I mean, their main reason was to get you to stay tuned.
Yes.
Because the format was, I would do a simple trick and hopefully fool people.
And then they'd have to come back.
And say, and if you want to know how that works, I'll teach you when we get back from these commercials.
Yeah.
And so it was just a ploy.
Yeah.
But
okay, you and I could probably talk all night, and I hate
Haven't
to do
we?
this
Holy
because
crap.
honestly, because I think everybody wants us to talk all night. They want to hear what you have to say.
My wife's waiting at home.
And I think it's great. I would love to do it. I honestly would love to go on for more time. But I want to get some.
This discussion will be continued on the web.
Yeah, well, I want to get.
No, wait.
We're on that. I want to get to some really interesting questions specifically about you, because we're talking about these are great things for anybody that's trying to get into magic, but some of this stuff people are asking about microphone management and all that kind of stuff. Just go out there and learn to use a microphone is pretty much the answer. We don't want to do that,
Okay.
Right?
All right. What I'm not in the lecture business, so this is like I'm treading on new territory for me. You're the expert here.
Let's see maybe if you can tell us something about. Somebody asked, is there advice? And I'm not calling anybody out on their questions, but I'm just saying, is there any advice on microphone management from your comedy club days? What do you have to say about that?
Learn to use the mic they have.
Yeah.
It's When I worked in comedy clubs, I have a lavalier now that I wear in the show, and I never wore a lavalier in a club ever. And people said, "Oh, you have more freedom of movement and you can move around." But I mean, I didn't want to do anything to distance myself from those comics,
Right?
Because I wanted to be a comic,
Yeah.
who did magic.
Yeah,
in
and
that
also it's
environment.
important for part of the group so that they have
and
some respect for you.
also, I mean, I don't know, but there's something to, it's a great thing to learn how to do. I mean, when I first started, most of the clubs, the mics were wired too, so you were restricted to where you could.
Yeah,
move
you had to pick it up, so you lose a hand, or you have to put it on the stand. So
yeah, and so I learned how to
Yeah.
really, do my show standing with a mic on a straight stand, and working around it and moving it around, or taking it off the stand when I had a free hand, when I didn't need it for the trick. But I mean, there's no, it turns out there's only one rule. I hate to be.
The rule is
just do a bunch of shows.
Learn to work with it, rehearse it, then do a bunch of shows, and if there's a
just
problem,
do
fix
a bunch
it.
of shows. I mean,
Yeah.
you'll figure that out. I mean, there's no. I can't say, all right. When you're doing the rope trick, keep the scissors in your right pocket and grab the microphone, and or wear one of those things or whatever. I mean, I never did want to wear one of those. Levent does that, and he gets. It's fine reaction, but I mean, it's different for everybody. One of the things when I get email questions from people asking questions, my first sentence is always, I don't want to be the guy telling you how to do stuff, because it'll be wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, it just
It could be right, could be wrong, but it's all an individual choice on a lot of things.
If you're just doing something somebody tells you, there's, I don't know. I mean, there's something to be gained from figuring it out. Not because it's hard, but because it might be better.
Yeah.
I mean, it just
Almost
might be
without
better than what I
exception,
would say.
if you think about it and you come up with a solution, on your own,
Yeah.
it'll be better. Okay, so I'll tell you what. Here's the
Okay.
thing. Does anybody here have a question? Specific? Yeah. Sean, in the back. What do you got?
What's your favorite protein?
I'm cursing
Garbanzo
at you with
beans.
my mind. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna bring this thing in at 4 hours solid. You ready?
Are we at that point?
Yes, we are. Hard to believe, isn't it?
It's my day off.
That means because you brought the lecture part in at just over 2 hours. We've been sitting here talking for nearly 2 hours, and I
There's
gotta
not a
thank you.
single person in the world
No, honestly,
still
they're
with
loving
us.
it. They're loving it, and I'm loving it too. And I really
Dan,
appreciate
thank
it.
you.
Okay, all right. So
All
tell you
right.
what. All
Oh,
right.
okay.
Yeah. Let's wrap this up with a story, okay?
All right.
I
Well,
think
there
it's the
was a
best way to go
request.
out.
I
We
just
have
saw
a
that.
request for a story. I showed it to you.
Yeah.
You know what story we want to hear, okay?
So I probably many people in this room, but
Take it.
maybe you guys. So this has to do with actually picking people from the audience, and looking out at the audience and finding the right person for the trick, and how important that is for my show, because I mean it's 96%, just to name a number. 96% of the time I have somebody on stage with me from the audience, and so it's important. So years ago, I'm working at a comedy club in Knoxville, Tennessee, and the owner of the club, Barry, calls me on an afternoon, and he says, I'm bringing a date to the show tonight, and I want you to get her up on stage. I'm like, Barry, can't. I don't want to, I don't know what she'll be like, and plus, if it's, I don't like picking people that are friends or friends of friends, because you just, there's always something, not always, but there can be something stilted or just not natural with the reaction or interaction. I want it to be somebody I don't know. And because I want that to be obvious, that I don't know that person, and so we didn't set this up. And I think there's can be a sense of that if somebody you've met. So I tried to get him to, but he's writing the checks. So Okay, I'll get her up on stage. And so I'm doing the rope trick like we talked about. I'm doing the rope trick at the beginning, and I can see him clearly, but I can't see her. She's like in shadow the entire time that I'm doing the rope trick, and I don't get a look at her face at all. And I'm sort of concerned because either she's really short or she's really slumped down and just hardly, paying attention. And so I throw the rope out to her and I get her up on stage, and she's just the absolute wrong person for this. I mean, just the meekest little mouse of a woman. And I'm going to do a bit. I'll pretend you're her. Here's the bit. No, but pretend you're a good person, but a woman. But a good audience member, somebody who I would pick.
Oh,
somebody who I would.
So I'm
pick.
going to be okay. I'm not going to be her.
You're not going to be her.
Right.
You're going to be
Right,
somebody who I would pick.
Go on.
Yeah, perfect. So Daniela,
Yes.
you and I and that piece of rope are going to do one of Houdini's most famous tricks. Yes.
Yay.
This is called the Houdini Challenge Naked Rope Escape.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Houdini Challenge Naked Rope Escape. I just want you to take off your clothes and tie me up. I'm kidding.
I thought so.
You don't have to tie me
Okay.
up. So that's the joke.
Yeah, it's
I'm
a
going to
great
do
joke, right?
before the card trick, before the long involved card trick. I'm going to do that little joke too, and I get her up, and she's just the wrong. I think if I say to this poor woman, take off your clothes and tie me up, that she'll cry. I mean, it's going to be horrible. People are going to hate me.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's just no matter how naive I am on stage or whatever, I mean, it's still just, I feel like it's going to come off bad.
Yeah.
She's going to cry or be mad, and the audience is going to hate me for telling her to do this.
But the guy paying the check.
But the guy, well, no, it's not just the guy paying the check. When you're on stage and you're doing the trick, you've got another voice too. It's like ventriloquism. You have another voice. You can hear yourself talking, in addition, mile a minute, and and I'm thinking to myself at this point, well, I hope she does cry. It'll serve this jerk right for making me get her up here and ruining my show.
Uh-huh.
And so
His idea.
Yeah, it's his idea, jerk. So, I mess up his whole date. It's his first date with this woman. She'll never go out with him again. And So I say, take off your clothes and tie me up. Mm-hmm. And boom, she whips off her dress, and he is standing up taking photos of me and the stripper he has hired. To play a joke on me. So,
And
is that a
then
good ending?
It's a good ending, but I want to go. And then
Then I did another 40 minutes, but
with
but
her still there, but
Yeah.
or did we
she
thank
was-
her? Did we?
I do remember
Right?
that I literally fell on the stage.
Yeah.
I was laughing
so hard.
because I thought this club owner, Barry Rosen, he's a really nice guy, but I just did not think he had anything like that.
Like
in
so,
him.
like a little bit straight laced and all business and
Yeah, I
this,
just would
right.
not have ever pegged him for that.
That's
and
fabulous.
and apparently those photos were up on the wall of the club.
Yeah.
But the club closed like 4 or 5 months later. Not because of that, but the club closed like 4 or 5 months later, and I never did see the pictures. But comics told me that those pictures were up.
Were there,
and
yeah.
I would, Barry. If you're for some reason a fan of Penguin Magic
and
right
still
now,
happen to have those.
and have those pictures, man, I would love to have them.
It's going to go in the autobiography, right?
Yeah.
Mac, thank you so
Hey,
very
Dan,
much for
thank
being
you.
here. Let's give Mac King a huge round of applause. It was absolutely fantastic. And of course, thank you for supporting Live Magic. We'll see you next time.